Hello and good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. Actually, I'm not sure where. I'm just saying that in general across, borders and all that. If you're in the United States, I thought I might participate in more feedback and commentary on modern dating 2026. This is 2026. Um, January 2026. So I wanted to kind of take a review of, TikTok, social media, see where we're at, um, get my commentary on it, my feedback, and kind of go from there. I mean, I don't know. Right now, I've been kind of grounded, quote unquote, grounded. Only meaning that right now, since I don't have a vehicle or transportation, except for Uber and Lyft and all that, um, I don't go out. So I've been going out for the past, I don't know, 25, 20 plus years, right? Let's just put it that way. So I've been able to go to bars, clubs, and I like to, get outside, shake it up. And I've done a previous video, of course, about how club culture has changed over the years. I mean, I've had the front row seat. I mean, a lot of people can watch either YouTube or something like that, or somebody put together a nice little presentation and tell you like, well, the club is dying because of this TikTok video. I don't I don't think you need to hear that. I don't think you need to see that. I think that should like kind of um be a one-dimensional view of that. Like what we have going on here in 2026 is something more detrimental. I mean, what we have here in 2026 is a culture that has been raised on digital media um and have lost their ability to connect with people in real time, in real life, IRL. I mean, um, we have here's where we at as far as this old guy is concerned, right? It is now more like gross and disgusting for a man to approach a woman and say hello to her or compliment her when you step outside your house. Because this is a fact, and that there are too many men that can attest to this. Uh, like men are checking out of dating right now, from what I understand. Um, I don't know if that includes me too, but we're talking about a specific gender out of men and women. So I believe from what it looks like, is that a majority of men are checking out of dating because they don't, because uh, the dating pool is way too toxic. It just is. Like nobody, like, let me tell you, like, just because I mean, the dating pool so like messed up, you come out looking like the toxic Avenger. All right. So nobody wants that. Your best friend's a mop. I mean, just a lot of people are giving dating a break, and a break means that men are no longer actively pursuing women that they deem attractive. And the reason is you're more likely, because I think there's several factors, but and you've heard it online, I'm sure, but you're hearing it from me, okay? Uh, and maybe you've heard it, maybe you haven't, but the dating market and the dating pool represents competition. Like basically you're competing for the woman that you want, and women are competing for the men that they want. The difference being is that we know and understand that there are some women that we don't qualify for. Therefore, we opt out of like the approach and taking the initiative and leadership and things like that. The the reason why you're gonna always see a rich or wealthy or um, financially stable man get with like an average woman, which is gonna be around like a 5 or a 6 on the look scale, but um, uh, 8 or a 9 on the cooperative scale. Uh, you're gonna find that this like men prefer to settle with women sacrificing looks for loyalty and stability and just not crazy. So also we can talk about I am going to dive into sanity just a bit because I think that uh, our generation has to redefine what sanity is. No, we don't. No, we don't. You know what? Let me do. I'm on YouTube. I'm on TikTok here, and I'm on Patreon here. So I know that I can't share my screen with all three platforms, but I'm streaming on YouTube, so which is a platform that I can actually share my screen. So I'm going to share my screen right now. And what I wanted to do was uh, um, look up some terms. I mean, I'm a very kind of practical uh, type of person. Like, I don't like. I mean, yeah, you're hearing me talk, but I want everyone to be on the same page while we're talking. I mean, is that so? Is that so wrong? I just want to be loved. Is that so wrong? Let's see. Let's share that screen. Okay, now the screen is being shared, and I just want to look up the word sanity definition. Okay. Sanity, reasonable and sensible behavior or thinking. The next few years saw several appeals for sanity from top scientists. Okay, so that's just the, I guess that's the colloquial kind of sentence that they use for it. It's a noun. Reasonable and sensible behavior or thinking. Okay, so what I want to also do is I'm going to crack open my notepad and just kind of reasonable and sensible behavior or thinking. I want to look up this word sanity and give it a definition. And let's look up the word delusional. Yep. Yep. Delusional. Okay, I'll take that from my notepad and put it in the Google machine. And delusional definition. Delusional, characterized by or holding false beliefs or judgments about external reality that are held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary, as a symptom of serious mental illness. Based, okay, there's another kind of thing. Let's see, based on or having faulty judgment or perception, severely mistaken. Let's see, their delusional belief in the project's merits never wavers. Okay, hospitalization for schizophrenia and delusional paranoia. Okay, so I'm going to copy this definition and just paste it over here because I don't think you need to be hearing me click-clacking on a keyboard just to type in a definition. Okay, there we go. So, delusional, characterized by or holding false beliefs. So, false beliefs. False beliefs. Well, I think that just sounds like lying or bullshitting. False beliefs or judgments, right? About external reality that are held despite incontrovertible evidence. I can't say that word for some reason. I can't say the word incontrovertible. Oh, I just did, but I struggle. But um, I think it's good to have these definitions just so we at least have a baseline on what we're about to review. Um, and let me look up the word insane. Insane. All right. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. It's way beyond your years, some of y'all, but still very cool song. All right. Insane is an adjective which is very foolish, irrational, or strange. Very foolish, irrational, or strange. Everything about the business seems insane. Okay. And there's a second definition. Lacking the ability to think and behave in ways considered to be normal, especially, oh, I misspelled normal, especially on account of serious mental illness. Okay, so insane and sanity both kind of derive from the mental health professional type of deal, I'm gonna guess. While delusional is more like beliefs that you probably shouldn't have because there's evidence pointing to the contrary. So having these terms kind of like concrete, at least we can go through and kind of describe, have a better definition of what's what and apply it, or you know what I mean, kind of have a north star of where we're going or where we can go with the definition. So without any ado, I know I don't want to go on too much of a solo like rant of definitions. We ain't doing that. I just wanted to get those concrete, definitions. So at least when we say a word, we know it applies because we know the definition of that word. Okay, that was the only point of that. Anyway, title of this is Modern Dating in 2026 for a reason. Only because um I mean, I don't know what to expect in the future. I don't know how things are going to get better, but I do know that things are going to need to change. If we expect things to get better than what they are right now, things need to change. And right now, I don't know, from a man's standpoint, there's no real incentive to try and pursue a serious relationship only because we live in this social media era that provides way too many options for women, and way too many uh, um, I don't know, icks, right? I think that's the word you younger guys are using, icks. Like you're willing to throw away a perfectly healthy relationship because of an ick, or you're willing to dismiss a person who's pursuing you because of an ick. Like this is a new gen thing. Well, I like really, like, okay. Let me give you an example. What we're going through right now is this is modern dating. Pop the balloon or find love. Um, uh, uh, the show, I think Kendra G's dating online dating thing. Uh, uh, I, some online panel debating over modern relationships, maybe who's at fault, maybe who isn't, what kind of man you're looking for, defining masculinity, defining femininity, da, 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 da. The other podcasts that are out there in the YouTube space. I don't have to mention all of them, but you know what I mean, right? Like the podcasts that are pretty popping in quote unquote the said manosphere, right? Um, I'm obviously not that. I'm just a guy in my in my in my bedroom with a microphone. Uh but what I'm just doing is I'm just on the outside looking in here. And I am by disclaimer, I am an 80s baby, meaning I was born in 1981. I was part of I am and still am part of the last generation, the last greatest generation of society. Meaning, I am part of a group of a generation that was the most socially open and connected in modern history. Every single one of your, for you 20 something year olds out there, for your parents who are now 40 or 50, they were part of a generation where life was lived outside. 90 to 100% of it, your life was always spent outside. It was at the mall, it was at the arcade, it was down the street at your friend's house, it was in front of your house, it was in your backyard. You did not, it was at the playground after school. You did not long to get home and sit in front of a screen all day. We had TV back then. We had video games back then, right? We grew up with Nintendo coming out. We grew up, well, some of us had Atari, right? Atari's before my time. But I had an Atari, but I don't think I had the power cord. Like my dad had an Atari, he had some games, he had Defender or something. But he didn't have the power cord or whatever it was to make it all work. So that was the first time I had an Atari available to me. I just couldn't make it work. That was my first technical thing. I'm like, you know what, this old dusty thing, Dad, where's the power cord? No, I don't know. So I couldn't make it work. But in 1989, I earned enough grades, which is probably why I'm a theoretical physicist and a computer scientist. I earned enough grades to get my Nintendo, my first Nintendo. So like trust me, I studied, did well in school, quit screwing around, blah 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 blah. But yeah, we were social back then. We had Nintendo back then. We had VCRs and digital, more analog media. We had radios that we used back then. The radio, here's the one thing about a radio. A radio is always on. That was, I think, our first always on experience, because I believe broadcasts do end at a certain time, and the only thing you get is like a repeated track over and over again, or maybe the signal cuts out. But the point being, you listen to the radio outside. You listen to it inside while you're cleaning, but you listen to mostly the radio while you're outside playing with your friends. So yeah, we're just part of a different animal social group where our life was lived outside and we talked to each other all day long. Everybody knew everybody else's business, not, to an extent. You knew, like I knew my next door neighbor, the people across the street from us. We knew who was new, who lived in the neighborhood, how long, where they were from, how long they've been there. We know their story. Like when you have new neighbors, you want to know everything about them and their kids. So I knew pretty much all my neighbors on my block back then, 1980 something. So 1990s was the same kind of deal. We had Nintendo, we had Super Nintendo, we had Sega, we had handheld Game Boy games, right? Fine. But again, this was media, digital media, but it wasn't social media, right? So we still went outside. That was a prioritization. We played football, we played stickball, we would go outside and fly a kite. Like back then, like you got a newspaper at your front door. You got a newspaper to your front door, and we would get the comic section straight off the bat. Like, look, you can have the newspaper. I don't care. You need the coupons or what you want, just give me the comics. Cool. We good. And we would read the comics. And that was it. Like getting a comic in the newspaper was an actual adrenaline rush. You don't know what was going to happen. It was like it was a story. When people did comics in newspapers and it's delivered to your door, you want the comic strips. You want to read what's going on. What's going on with Garfield today? What's going on with Dennis the Menace today? What happened in the Archie, thing? Like and you can read I would reread that same set of comics over and over again, and I would take last week's comics and compare it to this week's comics and see kind of where, and we would talk about it at school. Hey, did you read this week's comic? I mean, geez, can you believe it? So back then these things were a big deal. Television was different back then. Television commercials were different back then. It didn't have the 30% volume increase on the damn thing during a broadcast on the commercial versus what they got now. I don't know who the hell invented that. Anyway. Talk about a special place in hell for people. Yeah. Anyway, the point was that social, right? We were more social back then. So digital era now, old guy now, gray hair now. That's why I wear the hat. No, I'm kidding. I just like wearing the hat. It's just kind of like an accented, like it's me, you know what I'm saying? It's a me thing. But let's go through it. I am just sitting here ranting like I said I wasn't gonna do, and I'm doing it anyway. So let me just share my screen to TikTok, and I want anyone who's watching my Patreon or my TikTok to like follow. You might have access to another device. I'm actually using my laptop while I'm streaming on my phone. So my TikTok is on my big PC, which I'm on right now for my YouTube. But on my YouTube, I'm just going to open up another tab and then share that screen, and then I'm going to type into the search just basic stuff, so that way you can kind of just review it with me, and then kind of have a more interactive. I don't know, something like that. I think you get the idea. I think you get the idea of what I'm trying to say. Let's see here. Hang on, old guy here, and TikTok. There it is, and share.
It's not gonna hurt us.
It
Like
does.
you're
I follow Parker and
also, like,
Dean
they
and
have
all
not
that.
Of course
placed
I
tariffs
do.
on us that we
Don't,
place on
I
them.
literally work in
They're pretty
finance.
smart.
Like don't insult me like that.
That's
All
not
right,
an
in
insult. I'm just
search.
asking if
Let's
you know what it is.
see.
By the way, that's a
Okay,
totally.
do you?
Let me
Yes, I know what it is.
try.
That's a totally
I think I did
genuine
several
question, as I
categories.
have
I think
people
I
come up on
put
my live all
in
the
my
time that don't
recent
know what it is.
searches,
Would you like
as
to
you can
explain
see,
Okay.
is
tariff is
bring
for
to the
people in the live who
table,
do not
dating
know?
requirements,
Go ahead.
dating in
I'm
2025,
asking you.
men
Would you
not
like to do it?
approaching,
A tariff is like a
and
tax that we're gonna put on
let me
other
see.
countries
It
for their
says see
imports.
more right there.
And who pays that
Men
tax?
not approaching women, men don't approach. Yeah, okay. So let me try and do
The
that.
other
Okay,
countries.
first is
No. So it's
men
actually paid by
not
the American
approaching.
importing business, and it's passed down to the
Oh, you know
consumer
what? I've already
mostly.
done
The
that. So let
foreign
me try
country is
club
not
culture.
paying the
You
tariff.
know, club.
That's just not true. So why did you feel
Modern
insulted? Like if someone
club
asked you what a tariff was when you
culture.
genuinely
Maybe.
didn't know what it
Well,
was.
I guess I just feel like you feel very.
Okay, enter, and what do we got? All right, club culture is failing because there is no hot guys there, and there's someone already reacting to it. So I don't want to do a reaction of a reaction. So let me just see what we got. Modern dating problems. Nightclubs are shutting down and going broke. That's a repost. Let's see. Looks like someone is reacting to that one as well. That's the first row. First row, someone in the second video, someone looks like they're reacting to it. Mainstream dance music. Let me look at this one. Is mainstream dance music something? Let me get an idea.
Is mainstream dance music in a cultural regression? We've all seen it. VIP platforms, seas of iPhones, DJs playing to static crowds. Modern clubbing has become a spectacle increasingly detached from its foundational values, yet it's more popular than ever. Today's warped reality means the faces of Afro and Latin house are often European artists who face no repercussions for cultural flattening. Instead, audiences just scroll to the next video of a dead dance floor. But something unique is also happening. The world's biggest headliners are now catching even the most plugged-in music music heads by surprise. We're living in siloed timelines.
So this is kind of a weird one. I'm kind of looking for more authentic stuff, but give me a minute. Club culture in 2025. Okay, here it is. Okay, so I'm looking at the third row of videos, the last one on the right, a girl named Aja Dong, I think. That was November 2nd, 2025. So let me check this out.
Club culture is still going on.
Oh.
It's just now going on at 11 a.m. instead of 11 p.m. It is happening at the coffee shop and not at a
Let's see if we can
nightclub.
do something about this.
Instead of having to drag along your roommate's best friend from high school, you are bringing maybe your baby or even your dog, depending on the weather. Instead of taking shots of tequila, club culture is still going on.
There we go.
It's just now going on at 11 a.m. instead of 11 p.m. It is happening at the coffee shop and not at a nightclub. Instead of having to drag along your roommate's best friend from high school, you are bringing maybe your baby or even your dog, depending on the weather. Instead of taking shots of tequila, maybe you're taking an espresso shot. Instead of needing to know the bartender or the bouncer, probably helps to know the barista. Gone are the days of BBCon short dresses because we're wearing loosely fitting but very cute pants. And instead of Steve Madden heels, it is definitely sneakers and flats. That's the thing about millennials, is just like wherever there is good music, we will follow.
Well, I guess there's an argument to be made there. I mean, she's probably right about that. I mean, I like good music, so wherever there's good music, you'll probably find me there shaking it up. So I am going to give her that. I think what she's trying to convey is that people my age, people who've been clubbing out for like 20 years plus years, we know what we're doing, right? I think what she's trying to say is the party is wherever we go. We go to places and make it a place. We have no trouble blasting our phone music and then just tearing it up and acting a fool. I mean, me personally, first of all, I'm that kind of guy, and I think like people my age are that kind too. Like we're loud and we're out there, and that's just how we're made. When you've grown up in a culture where walking up to strangers and talking to people in line and playing with people at the playground and being outside is your life and how you lived and grew up as a child, then like looking at modern society, you're kind of confused, but you can kind of make it your own. I mean, when you're of a certain age group, you can kind of, where you go, the party's right there because you can start it. So I think I understand some of what she's trying to say. The fourth one right below that, why nightlife is dying. Oh, table cultures. Okay, let me listen to her. Her name is Julianne L something. But I am going to click on her to get the full effect of what she has to say.
Yeah, nightclubs are dying, and here's why. I'm gonna hold your hand while I say this. Nobody wants a table anymore. Back in the day when on any given Wednesday, Rihanna and Kim Kardashian could be spotted shaking ass at a table, yeah, that's pretty cool. That definitely had a moment. But now, the bottles, the signs, the sparklers, ugh, boring. In 2024 alone, I partied in 17 different cities around the world. I also work in nightlife as a seasoned PR executive. So when I'm out, I do a lot of looking. I do a lot of field research. I ask a lot of questions. So this is not coming from just one market. This is a worldwide thing. Anyway, the conclusion is nobody's having fun at tables. Everyone is just like sitting there on their phones looking miserable. No one's dancing. No one's having fun. But here's the solution. If clubs just remove tables in the middle section and open that up as a dance floor, win-win. Right now, clubs, especially in LA, are so jam-packed with tables that you can't even mix and mingle. Like if you see a hot guy across the bar, you can't even shoot your shot because there's a bouncer in the way. Tables completely kill the vibe, and you can't even go get a drink at the bar. Like it's just killing the revenue for the club. Speaking of bottles, vodka and tequila, like, ew, throw it away. Did y'all know that 67% of Gen Z doesn't even drink? Instead of wasting bottles, promoters should just hand out free drink tickets so that people can at least order what they want. My friend group is about 40 people and none of us have the exact same go-to drink. It just doesn't make sense for all of us to waste money on buying a bottle. We're on the subject of different drinks. If Gen Z isn't drinking, that's fine and cute. I love that. Have mocktails. Like, you guys should be having non-alcoholic drink options in the bar and give the freedom to your bartenders to create really cute mocktails. So yeah, no more basic vodka sodas or like tequila Red Bull. Like, no, have like cute little cocktails. You can pre-make them or whatever. Just something that we can post on our Instagram and like be cute, you know? Okay, my third and final tip, the front door is killing your business. If I'm bringing my friends and my money into your club, I should be greeted with at least a smile. They are so hostile. They're like, what are you doing? What do you want? Like, who are you here with? Like, damn, like I'm just trying to spend money and shake my ass. Like, I'm not here to like get arrested. Like, holy hell. Back in the day, that like mean door girl era, like that might've been cute, but now you're just gonna get your club canceled. And like people remember that. Like there's literally a running list in my notes app on my phone of clubs I will never go to, not because the club sucked or the venue sucked, but because the people at the front door were pricks and it killed my whole vibe before I was even able to walk in. But the bougie clubs and the fun clubs are like really nice, like, hi, how are you? Like, oh my God, you look great. Like, what can we do for you? How many are you in your group? Like those type of clubs, like I will spend hundreds of dollars and come back every single weekend. Anyways, I have ideas for days. So
All right. Okay, so I agree. I agree with what she's saying. Like the tables that are at bars and clubs now reduce the dance space on the dance floor, and that's because no one's dancing anymore, right? Or at least this generation isn't. I'm not sure what's up with that. In the 80s, we were everywhere. We were dancing literally in our underwear. Risky business. Like everyone was dancing in their underwear after Risky Business. But the point is, we were out there. Man, we were out there shaking it up like nobody's business, like 1990. Like we were in I grew up in an era. Now, my clubbing days, now I'm a kid in 1980 and I'm a teenager in 1990, so I don't understand the club culture back then. But from the videos that I've seen of club culture back in the 1980s, the music, people were dancing everywhere. There was a minority of people who sat up still and didn't dance, but they were socialized. People were walking around talking to each other. That is exactly what a club is designed to be. But the problem is today in 2026 is the music. The music is trash. The music doesn't make you want to get up and dance. I should know, but I mean, there's certain generations of music during the 2000s. The 90s were more hip hop, kind of clean, kind of relationship based. You know, look, I'm chasing you, like, oh, and the girls like you chasing me. Da, da, da. There was a back and forth dynamic. There was a healthier back and forth dynamic of men chasing women back in the 90s that was more respectable. Like we had to do a lot to clean it up back then. We pursued a woman like correctly, like we tried to court her or we tried to take her out. And this was over a span of like several days to weeks before we would talk about, you know, anything sexual, right? Like back then, like we were more modest. We were a lot more modest back then. You like the thing back then was to like make out or kiss somebody. Like that was like you're oh my God, you guys are together now. You know, let me know when the wedding. You know all that. I mean, today hookup culture is completely different. I mean, you're talking about like sexual negotiations the first night or date or even during the drinking process at a club somewhere. I mean, it's just I don't want to. Well, I would say, I guess maybe it's way too fast, but like with all things, times change. So it's kind of hard to keep up with that. But for me, like definitely what the woman was saying, I was feeling it. Basically, the DJs need a better playlist of music that people dance to. My suggestion would be to watch my channel and just take a list of all of the songs that I dance to, put them on a playlist, play it, see how people take to it and react to it. And I'm telling you, you'll see some people dancing out there. You'll see some people dancing so much you'll have to move more tables just because people are dancing. At least that's what I think in my own little fantasy. I might be delusional, but who cares? Um, I dance, you don't. But the songs that were made from the 2000s were club culture. Club culture songs came out in the like later 90s to 2000s, from 2000 to 2005, 2005 to 2010, 2010 to maybe 2015. And then after 2015, I think music took a turn away from the club culture, kind of, sort of. Either that or club music was kind of, I want to say, at a turning point at 2015, 2016, 17, 18. Like club culture was pretty healthy and strong. It still probably is in Houston and LA. Well, not LA, but mostly Houston. I've been to Houston recently within the last few months, and it's pretty healthy there. I mean, people are out and about and outside. Now, is everybody socializing with everybody else? No. It's very cliquey. It's very like, this is my 5-man crew. These are my 3 crew girls. These are, and we're over here and they're over there, and that's it. We're all having fun, but we're having fun apart, not really together. Unless there's a guy that comes over, but guess what? Y'all all know him already. So it's not like y'all just met. So yeah, the music's definitely something me and you know what? You know what I haven't seen and that we do need to see in order to maybe fix this issue with club culture? Like, I myself am a shadow step. Well, I dance. I'm just calling myself a dancer. How about that? I'm a dancer that loves to dance to club music because the speakers and the subwoofers give me the energy to like express myself. And if we had a panel of DJs, just a panel of DJs on YouTube or wherever they meet. I don't know how DJs, I don't know it like that, right? I don't know if DJs have their own panel and discussions about, club culture and what they see and well, this song works and this song does. I don't know if they do that, right? But I do think that they should. I think that they need to have a convention or something and be like, yo, man, these tracks over here, you want people to try these tracks right here, like 4 or 5. I don't care. Or, hey, man, East Coast DJs, West Coast, Southern, Northern, like they got to be on a panel somewhere to exchange information. Be like, hey, these are songs that I know work. So I don't know. Maybe we need to have that conversation. We also need to have a conversation about what songs they are playing and what songs work for the dancers. Because I'm a dancer, so if I'm out on the dance floor, there are women who are going to come dance with me. There are men who are probably inspired to go dance too. So I think with my playlist in combination with the DJ panels discussing my my playlist or some dancers playlist, it's like, okay, I can see where he's going with this, I can do something here. If we can all improve, as a performer, as a dancer, and you can improve as a DJ and a MC, then we can bring club culture back. It can be a place where a lot of young people like to dance and express themselves because they see me doing it and they see other people doing it. So it's also like very, very physical. Dancing is probably one of the most physical things one person can do very quickly, but very fun. You're not the reason I dance anyway is because I'm not obliged to do it. I'm not obligated to do it. I do it because it's fun. I do it because the music that I listen to is pretty tight. Number one, and number two, I think about dancing all the time when I hear different songs on my playlist. So I'm just like, I haven't danced to this song yet, so let me make a video about it. So I mean, there's that. But yeah, club culture, it can be done. It can be fixed. We can get back to a place where going to a bar or a club and playing some good music and having a good time should be our priority. So it's a longer rant than I intended, but I'm a clubber for over 20 years. So I mean, I have a vested interest, Let's see. The next video, besides hers, is nice nickel NICL, is it a Nikki, yes, Nikki. Oh, okay, yeah, pretty cute. And that was on September 8th, 2025. So let's dive into that.
I love to be the one to say it. Club culture dying is a huge reflection on how prominent the DL community actually is. Let's think about this for a second. That video that girl made, the viral video about how club culture is dying because guys want to be the girls now, because men are so concerned being the center of attention. Basically, everything used to be about the woman. And why are men okay with this shift in priority? And why has the priorities shifted in general? I think it could be for a couple things. One, I do think some men actually just like to flex on other men, and it's kind of like a big dick swinging contest. But that also used to include who would have the most women in their section and who would have the most beautiful women. That's not even something a lot of men are even checking for anymore. And it's because they don't like us. They really don't care about the women. They never did. And the fact that a lot of men are not caring about the fact that their sections are just filled with men should be very telling as to how they actually feel. This is a lot of men's dream come true, and that's why it's not fucking changing. I do think there are two scenarios. One, the ego trumps your desire for women so much to the point where you're willing to be sharing a bottle with 20 other dudes to feel important and to feel like you're in a space of importance, opposed to actually prioritizing being around women. And they want to feel important so bad to the point where they're all fighting to get one Instagram story of one bottle that they didn't even fucking pay for, or they're just or they dislike men. And that's exactly where they want to be, and they're happy in their home. I love to be the
Okay, a few things said there. I'm going to start out by disagreeing and saying that the club culture dying has nothing to do with men becoming homosexuals in any way. I do believe that what I'm hearing is two things. I'm hearing cope and I'm hearing grievance. I'm hearing like a complaint. I'm not hearing oh my God, club culture is dying. What are we going to do to save it? I'm hearing like an assignment of blame and an assessment of shame. Basically, men are DL. They don't want to. But if you think about club culture and the investment in it, it was the fact that, I mean, let's start from the beginning. What is a club? A club is just a building, right? It's more than a building. Let's put it all together. Like and let me start with this. A pizza is not just crust, right? That's just the base. A pizza is the crust, and then marinara sauce, and then mozzarella, and then pepperoni, and whatever toppings you like. Like that's what makes it a pizza. All of the right ingredients make it a pizza. A club is a building with singles of both men and women who attend to congregate and socialize and drink alcohol, consume alcohol and socialize and dance. but the dancing can only be had if the DJ has tracks, music, and that the right tracks and the right music, which allow people to have the expressed desire to express themselves physically. That is what I believe a club is. It has to factor all of these different things together in order to make a successful club work. Me being outside for as long as I've been outside, I know these factors. So if the music is not right and people are just standing around drinking and talking to their own friends and nobody's making that leap across the dance floor to be like, do something a little bit, there's just a floor that they just walk across to get to the other side. If nobody is dancing, the DJ is doing something wrong. And I don't mean that as a personal knock or criticism, but the music that you're playing, it ain't happening. It ain't working. It's not bringing enough energy out of people in order to like have them moving. Now, what DJs I believe like to do is mix it up with line dancing, and they'll play like the Cupid Shuffle or wobble or something like that. And some women will get out there, right? But after the song is over, then it's like, well, what are you doing? So what they'll do is they'll kind of linger like the wobble or the Cupid Shuffle a little bit longer than they should, and then mix it into something or try and mix it into something. And then what happens? Everyone just disperses from the dance floor and it's like, yeah, let's go get a drink. Or yeah, I'm not having that. So a dancer like myself, like I can do line dancing, and I don't particularly enjoy it because it's line dancing. It's a dance that everybody knows. It doesn't challenge me in any way. I move physically faster than most other dancers. I like to dance to songs, like real like beat driven songs. I like unique music MCs. I like mostly going to be like Pharrell, Timbaland, Mike Will Made It, things like that. Like something that when you hear it, it's like, damn, all right, yeah. And then everyone's feeling it a little bit. When I start feeling it, I know other people feel it. Now, whether or not they choose to express themselves in dance is another story. But I typically go out on the dance floor and I'm like, yeah, this is my hit. You just sit there and you watch me. So I mean, I had that kind of attitude, but what do I know? But yeah, her blaming men being DL, that's why the club culture is dying. Nah, that's not it at all. Like going to the club and buying drinks like straight off the bat and like getting played, and when you wind up getting played as a guy doing that 2026. Back in, let's take this 20 years ago in 2005 when I was outside. Excuse me. I could open up a tab with my debit card, make sure I had at least $100 in there to burn, and I would just walk up to a group of girls, start hollering at them, being like, hey, how about we go get a shot? And I could like buy 4 girls a shot of something and still have plenty of money left over, so I'll take my shots like fast, obviously, but I drink my beer pretty slow. I'll have like maybe 1 or 2 beers and then like 2 or 3 shots. But it balances out because when I go dance, I kind of sweat it out, number one. And number two, I let the alcohol go through me, I'm all in the bathroom or whatever. And then by the time I'm ready to go, I'm, ready to drive or something like that. There was one time where I was like really, really messed up, but I didn't drive. I left my car at the club and I took a taxi home. So, just saying, I mean, it just sounds like a bunch of bitter grievances, but that's me disagreeing with her sentiment. That's, she's obviously good looking, but DL men, please. All right, so let me continue. This is modern club culture in the search, and this is the next row. Let me take a look. Let's see. Why isn't there all female clubs? Oh my God. Okay, DJ Tara on the systemic erasure of dance music's originators. Huh. An interesting thing. Club culture is officially dead. Caterpillar. Okay, let me click on this one. Caterpillar. Okay. They're actually recording the club. I'm not sure how long this video is. It's like a few seconds. Let's take a look. Wow. Club culture is officially dead, which is kind of like the caption. But when I'm looking at the video, it's only 8 seconds. But when I'm looking at the video, it's a bunch of like younger something standing around doing nothing. If you're looking at the video I'm looking at, they look like a bunch of mannequins. Yeah, nobody's doing anything. No one's even walking around to get to the bathroom. Like they're all like there, and the music and the DJ's playing a song. Nobody's feeling it. Nobody's feeling it. I think this is what I'm talking about. Like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I get the music's changed, but there's modern music that's just like really trash. I mean, like, that's not, it's like, I think that there's a generation of music that's strictly for clubs, and that I have like at least the playlist because it's like 10 years ago, 15 years ago when club culture was different and everything was popping. They played better music, and therefore people were dancing, and therefore There's a formula to a club. A club is a result of a formula that has to be put together and that works. It has to work together. And if the DJ is failing because the songs that they're playing is trash, no one's moving. They're a bunch of mannequins. No one's moving anywhere. No one's dancing. No one's bopping around. No one's feeling it. Dancing is a 100% emotional expression of like the vibe. If there's no vibe, people should start leaving. You'll see people leaving. Now this video, it's packed out. Yeah, it's packed out. Yeah. So anyway, next one. Let me see what's next on the next row. This one says, are men ruining club culture? It's this one's by Elevate Doliv. I can't read the rest of the name. I got to click on it first. So let me just get into it.
People are saying that club culture is dying because men want to be women. They are standing on the platforms at space. They want special treatment. People are saying that club culture is dying because men want to be women. They are standing on the platforms at space. They want special treatment from promoters. They want free bottles. They're sitting at the sections. And as someone who works in the dance music industry, I'm not going to sit here and dogpile on men because I don't think that that's productive. I also think it falls on deaf ears. But I just spent the weekend working at Arc Music Festival interviewing artists, and I interview tons of artists on my podcast, Elevated Frequencies. I've been interviewing DJs for a while, and I have to tell you the common thread that I see among all the most successful ones. And it is that they are extremely, extremely chivalrous and kind. And then I see tweets like this from this burner account, A Booth. Favorite genre of tweets is women who are who are not in the booth getting mad at dudes who are in the booth. Just say you ain't got it like that and move on. I don't care if this is a joke. I get burner accounts are supposed to be, they want to be provocateurs, but this sort of attitude is going to get you nowhere in life. the most successful men I know are chivalrous, not just to their partners, like their life partners, but they're chivalrous to all women. They hold doors open for women. They carry heavy things for women. They go out of their way just simply because not for clout, not for attention, but simply because it's the right thing to do. And having that trait, you think it doesn't directly translate to like your work life and your success and your goals, but it does. Because again, the most successful artists that I have interviewed are the ones who treated me with respect. They're the ones that didn't have to make time for me, but did. Hot Since 82 comes to mind. He's one of the biggest artists in the world, and he took 10, 15 minutes to talk with me at ARC last year. And he was so kind, so respectful. Didn't seem like he was in a rush to get out of there. Didn't seem like he was too important or too good for the conversation that we were having. Like, I'm nobody. It's just disappointing to see this kind of discourse from men basically confirming what everyone is saying is true. Like, just say you ain't got it like that and move on. Because men are supposed to be leaders. You're supposed to be a leader, right? And this is not leadership behavior. These are not leadership qualities. And it is truly contributing to the decline of dance music culture. And I guarantee the artists that these burners look up to, the big dogs on top, the male DJs, they're chivalrous, they're respectful, they're kind, because you have to be if you want to get to where they're at in life. People are saying.
Okay. I found it interesting, and this is shout out to Elevated Olivia. That's what I said. I think I said Elevate Dolivia, but it's Elevated Olivia, so that's my bad. Anyway, I find it interesting that she says she talks to DJs, but she's mentioning club culture music, like club music. And I understand, like in the modern era, like club music, I would say maybe is dying. We need to get back to that. I think that's an interesting wrinkle in all of this. Club music has died. If club music has died, it makes sense why club culture is now dying. Yeah, if no one's making any real good bangers, yeah, club that kind of makes sense now. Club music has died, and then now so the club has died, the culture anyway. Clubbing is a culture. It's a singles culture, meaning single man, single woman, out with your boys, out with your girls, music, you dance, you get to know each other, and then by some chance you exchange information or you go home with each other, like one of the two. Like that's just how the game is. But it does usually start with the DJs and the music. That's a big recipe for all of this to work. So I guess I'm glad I'm kind of ran into this kind of video. The music plays a big factor, you know. I don't know if anyone listening to the sound of my voice is a DJ or knows one or can email one, but this is a serious problem. Like, email me about it, comment about it. Enter the Black Dragon, my TikTok, my YouTube, like send me an email or a comment about, you know, if you're a DJ, about if you're noticing that the club culture is dying or that maybe you need to freshen up your playlist. I think most DJs need to freshen up their playlist. You play, if you're at a bar or a club and you're playing the same songs, if I know your set, you're fucking up. If I know what song you're about to play before you even play it, you need to mix that shit up. That's a problem. It's problematic. There are different songs that people like to hear. So you should be playing this one set this one weekend, another set another weekend, and seeing how people respond to the different sets of music that you play. And see how often people are getting on the dance floor. Like, I'm not a DJ, I'm a dancer, but there's also science to this. This is like social science. This is a social science. So, I mean, I'm trying to make sure that we're at least all well armed and well equipped in knowing how to create a good culture in which single people can vibe and thrive. So I'm glad I ran across this one. Let me close that out, and let's see. I'm peeking. This is the next video over right next to it. Is club culture not popular anymore? I guess someone's talking about it. This is May 19, 2025. I'll click on it.
Do you guys think
Let
that?
me pause it. Okay, so this is I'm Peeking Pod. Oh, this one's like a famous podcast, I believe. I think I've seen this one before. This is
Do
just
you
gonna be
guys
my
think that
first
club
time
culture is
commenting
dead?
on
In
it.
terms of club environment for non-EDM, it is dying because I actually went to Zouk a couple weeks ago. They're like fishing for girls right now.
Yeah.
And when I went into Zouk, it was like empty.
I think it depends on the club. Club culture in general has changed so much. It used to be like you go and you do exactly what you would do at an event that we go to. And now it just seems like people go into the corners with their drinks and just either try to get girls or sit there and get drunk.
There's no dance floor either.
The cost of going out is, first of all, stupid expensive. And then secondly, the whole reason people went clubbing in the first place was like, I want to go out to let loose, to relax. Now everyone is recording, taking videos. There's nowhere safe to just be stupid and express yourself. Once upon a time, we went to a club and people were trying to talk to me and taking pictures of me as I'm throwing up in a trash can. I was one of them.
I was also taking care of him though.
And that's just like the sucky part. Despite us being in the industry, it still gives a look.
Wasn't there an article or something that in the UK, even club culture over there is supposed to be a lot bigger than it is over here? Even over there, we're hearing it's struggling.
Yeah,
It's
James
interesting.
Hype was playing free shows. It was like breaking his heart because that's kind of like how he grew as a rising artist. He started to play these shows for free to help the venue out because they were going to close down a lot of these venues that he used to play at before he blew up.
Yeah, that is tragic.
Do you guys think that club culture is?
Okay, so this is obviously a podcast with multiple young people on there, and even they're expressing their kind of noticing, hey, club culture is not popular anymore. Club culture is dying, and the reasons that they were giving, from the men's perspective was, hey, it's stupid expensive to go out and get ready, and So basically, after going out and trying club culture, what he's discovering is that I think the main complaint is the end result. He's not getting the result. If you're a man and it's way too expensive to go out clubbing, well, I can attest to it. It's because the end result is you're not getting the girl, you're not getting phone numbers, and you're not getting laid. All a combination of all three, not just one. Like I said, this is a social science. Think about it. If you're clubbing and you're spending all kinds of money, period, and you're getting the results and you're getting women and you're getting chicks and you have a relationship and then it's not expensive. It's worth every penny. You're getting the return on an investment, which is the woman that you're able to, get with. But if the end result is all you're doing is sitting in a section and you're just drinking with your friends or by yourself and you're not dancing, like, dude, then it's kind of like you're wasting everyone's time. It's like you're there to, meet other people and step outside your comforts. The club culture is socializing with people that you do not know. That is the express main goal. You are to open up yourself to other people at this place called a club. And that's not happening anymore because of, I think one of the reasons is the social disconnect that I was talking about earlier. Like, younger people are so off-put by real life interactions rather than digital. They feel safer reaching out to people digitally than in real life with the through analog, through real life. And it's just kind of weird. Now, I understand that most of us are living our lives on screen, but we're not living our lives on screen. We're just expressing ourselves on screen. Living our lives happens out there. that sun, that everything outside is life. There is no life in here, just me talking on a microphone, right? So if I want to live my life, guess what? I'm gonna have to take this off, go outside and talk to people. So I mean, I I wouldn't mind club culture dying if society would step up and socializing and socialization was stepping up and growing, meaning more people were comfortable going outside talking to random strangers rather than the club culture, which is kind of like a weekend tribal thing that we do in order to feel safe enough to approach. Like the club is where you go in order to have permission to approach random women and shoot your shot. Like the club is or bar is a place where you're supposed to be doing these things, and that's not happening. So where men are taking a huge step back because the risk of being either rejected or being humiliated or being even like talked about on TikTok or some social media or some T app is like it's not worth it. So until online behavior becomes a little bit more respectful and cordial, and until women as a whole start realizing that men who want to approach will not do so unless you give them express permission or choosing signals to do so. Nothing's going to be happening. I mean, the way women express their choosing signals, as far as I understand it, is proximity. Batting your eyes from like 100 feet across the room isn't going to work. And way back when, people, a woman who you were looking at, who saw you at the corner of her eye, would drop her napkin on purpose so that, you as a man can make that move, pick it up and be like, I believe you dropped this. And then you can start a conversation from there. Nowadays, it's, you can be looking at a girl, she looks at you or sees you, and just because she sees you and recognizes you, like it doesn't even really mean you can go up and talk to her, because if you did, she can just, I mean, the things that a woman could say that's, disrespectful and rude is just so normalized, and men don't want to hear that. I mean, we don't come with a disrespectful demeanor. I mean, some of us can, who, I mean, maybe if you lived in New York, you can say, yo, shorty, you got a fat ass. And then she'll blush, but you can't do that everywhere. I mean, and you definitely can't do that with every woman. A certain kind of woman you can say anything to, and she'll understand it, given the environment. But for the most part, we all commonly try and decently approach women by saying, hi or hello or what's up or what's good or whatever. Anyway, too much on this one. But I am just, hey, we're doing this together. We're here together. We're doing this together. We'll get this together. I promise you. Next row. Let's see. Next row. Okay, let me see. Everyone hates on club culture. Club culture is dead because men want to stand on the couches like a princess. Hannah Emily, let me click on that one. Let me see. Hang on. Why do people go to social settings? So why do people go to social setting like clubs and bars, even though the dance floor, to just stand there, then get angry that the people actually trying to dance for pushing, quote unquote, pushing? Okay, so Fake Plant One. That's well, shout out to her. One reason club culture is dying is because new gen are treating social settings like house parties and act like it's their first time being in society. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know about all that. But she had a small little video. It's 12 seconds. This is her like dressed cute, and then she was busting a little move a little bit. And I think she's a dancer like me. So what happens is we're complaining that she's complaining about the haters. Like there are haters at the club who like you're there at the bar, you're there at the club, everyone's standing around, but she's trying to get on the floor and bust a move. And I think what she's complaining about is haters hating on her for doing that. And people go to the club, they're just standing around doing a bunch of nothing. But when someone's trying to get to the dance floor or something like that, they're being pushed out of the way, or they're being whatever, like interrupted while like I'm out the floor, and this has happened. I'm out on the dance floor busting a move, and everybody's looking at me, and they're like, they dig what I do. And then some hater comes up and tries to like trip me up, or like walk next to me like they had the whole floor, or they have like whatever, they should be moving around you, but they going directly toward you because they don't like the attention that you're getting. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I've had that happen. There are haters like that. So I get what she's saying. Let me check out some other ones. Let's see. Let's try another category, actually. We've done modern club culture, and I think we kind of get the idea. Let's try modern dating. Modern dating problems. Let me try that. Modern dating problems, and hit enter. And let's see what we got. The problem with modern dating. Hang on. Like, can we just be, I think just be friends. Hang on. BTSOFKT. So I'm clicking on the very first one, just to, very first search, just very first one that pops up. This was in December 7th, 2025.
And you got to play hard to get because men love the chase. They actually don't anymore. Okay. They are not fucking with the chase anymore. Let me tell you, ladies, it has changed. Okay. And look, I'm not actually unhappy about all of it. It's been ingrained in us as young women that, not to be too easy, right? And that men love the chase, and that they're only going to want you if you don't want them, and you got to play hard to get it, right? And I've always thought it was bullshit, honestly. I don't want to. That takes too much work, but now it's gone too far the other way, where they want us to literally do all the work instead. Is unfortunate that both men and women are getting fed horrible advice, horrible information from both sides. That's really honestly pitting us against each other. Let's just literally treat both men and women the same, like how we want to be treated, equally. And I think we'll be good, right? People inflate this idea of like men and women are so different to be really something that it's not. Both men and women don't want people who cheat. We both don't want to do all of the work, right? It has to be 50-50, at least when it comes to effort. We both don't want to have to play hard to get. We both don't want people who gaslight us. Like, it's simple things. And I feel like this red pill and then a lot of the misandrist, stuff that women are getting shoved down their throats on TikTok that you might not even notice, but is subconsciously, leaking in. I think people aren't realizing how much that can actually affect. And then not only that, but how wrong it actually is. And you.
Okay. So, I guess I see what she's saying about complaining about modern dating, the chase. She was told that men love to chase. And I think there is some truth to it. Like chasing is also an art. Chasing is pursuing a woman that you have interest in. The problem is if that interest isn't returned, if that interest is a lack, if this interest isn't mutual, if there's not a mutual interest in you that you have for her, men are starting to check out. Men, when she says, "Oh, well, these men out here are wanting women to do all the work," no, you misconstrue. What you're misconstruing is that we want you to take the initiative and tell us that you're interested in us rather than us having to play this guessing game of whether or not you're interested in us or not. If you're direct and say, "Hey, I like you, I like the vibe, and I would want to pursue this further," or "I'm open to da da da," that's different. That's not doing all the work. You're not doing all the work by communicating that your interest. And there are multiple ways to do this for women. I mean, women talk 1,000 different ways about 1,000 different things, but they'll never. I don't understand how they can. How is it that women as a species can talk until you're dead, but don't make the first move? Like, I don't understand. All it takes is to say something cute. I mean, "Oh my God, I'm single and available," or "Oh my God, I think you're cute," and like, "Oh my God, like, you're so cute. I would totally do you." Something. It's like if it were just 10% more direct, women to men. You know what? 2026. You know what? I think 2026 women should start, since y'all like to just talk, why don't you tell the man that you like or that you're into how you feel about him? Like, I just need to let that marinate for a minute. Like, this year, while you're out in the world, while you're out, why don't you approach a dude and just tell him that, you like him? "You know what? I like you. Like, I like you." Try those 3 words. Or you don't like him. Or I'm interested. Or the words, "I'm available. I'm available. I'm interested. I like you." Like, I don't understand. Like, if I don't know how, but if you cannot get past this thing where you want men to endlessly pursue women, we're not going to get anywhere, because we've tried that already. Throughout all of human history, men chase women. Now in 2026, when we've been through 20 years of women saying, stay away from us, we don't like creepy men approaching us, here comes TikTok, here comes whatever. Oh, where are all the men? How come no men approach? So it's going to have to be, it's going to have to be y'all. Because I know men are checked out of chasing. Men are checked out. The cold approach, no more. You no see us no more. I work at a gas station, a public place, not gonna name drop. And I see beautiful women all the time. The man in me has to get a good look at these women that come in. I have to look at you. I have to. I'm single, I'm available, I like women. Like, every woman that comes in, the first thought is, damn, she be looking good, right? I wonder if she got a dude. Now, you know, I cannot pursue women, of course, while I'm on the job. That would be kind of a no-no. I like my job, but still, you know, there's some women that are just like, I'm sometimes I'm just like, dude, my wife just left. My girlfriend just left. She went to go pump some gas. How was your girlfriend? Nah, you know, in here, but you know, the woman who I want to be my girlfriend just left, you know. So, and my coworkers feel me too. You know, they're like, damn, yeah, I know what you mean, bro. But yeah, you're gonna have to make your interest in your women. If you are single, if you are available, and if you are interested, you need to make it known to the man that you're attracted to. You're gonna need to make that known. And a look ain't it. Sorry. Now, what I did once upon a time, I did this in 2024, 2025, early 2025, maybe 2025. Let's go with it. I actually wrote a note to this girl who was working at a smoke shop. So I handed her the note, and because I just wrote her, I'm like, hey, I wrote, you know, whatever it was. And I gave her, of course, my phone number's in there. And it's like, you know, call or text, whatever, right? Never heard from her, but I shoot my shot. I haven't seen her in a couple months because I haven't been over there, you know, car situation, but, and I live, you know, further away now, but like, yeah, I mean, I at least did it. I at least took the first step in saying, I'm interested, I'm available, and I like you. If you're not saying anything and your answer is just like crickets, there's nothing's happening from that. We're done before it even starts. Whatever her situation was, she had a boyfriend, she had a husband, she had a whatever the hell's going on. Well, I've got da-da-da-da. Like, I don't know what it is. She never told me. She never expressed to me. We never went back to that kind of a situational thing. It's just been, I'm a customer. Here's what I need. Check out. Boom, boom. We still have chemistry and we still vibe, but there is no like, I'm interested in you kind of talk or motion from her. So I've ended that pursuit. I don't know how she's feeling about, you know, oh, well, how come he didn't, you know, I'm done with that thought and that line of thinking. I've taken that step, and if there's nothing there in the abyss, then yeah, no. But at least I did it, right? So I'm thinking about this year shooting my shot a little bit more at women that I find attractive, and seeing if there's anything there. But since I work at this place, I have been meeting a lot of attractive women. Not meeting, but you know, hey, here it is. All right, have a good day. I talk to more attractive women now as part of the job, but do I shoot my shot at these women? Of course I can't. You know, it's unprofessional. Everyone else is there, and it's like, okay, you scumbag. You're using your position to kind of pick up on chicks, and I don't like it. So I don't want women to feel uncomfortable or unsafe or feeling like they're going to be randomly pursued by some dude who works, you know, behind a counter. I don't want that either. There was a moment where this one customer, you know, I'm helping her out, and I gave her change back and put it in her hand, but we caught eyes. So we caught eyes, and like it was this smile that she gave me, like you know, like I'm like I like you, but I can't tell you, but I'm telling you because when we're looking at each other, we have a minute of this kind of, you know, sparks a little bit. Of course, she took off and left, but she left with a smile on her face, like kind of blushing a little bit. And me, of course, I was smiling too, because you know, I'm like, hey, you know, okay, yeah, I would, I definitely would. So, you know, she may come back, maybe not, but you know, there are moments like that I've had at my job, you know. It's a social job, you know, you talk to people every day, people you don't know. There are repeat customers, you know, your regulars, people who are always there, they know you by name, they, you know, I like my social job. Of course, I'll go back to being an engineer sometime in the future, but still, I'm able to come out of my shell, talk more, and things like that. But anyway, been ranting long enough. Let me go ahead and get to the next video. The problem with modern dating. Let's see here. Modern dating problems, I'm sorry. The uncomfortable truth about modern dating. Who really holds power? I'm not really not. Okay, modern dating. We don't have a dating problem. Okay. We said it. Okay, let me click on this one. This looks kind of interesting.
Modern dating isn't complicated. People are. You know, everyone says they want.
Okay. We said it anyways. That's the name of this creator. Let me start.
Modern dating isn't complicated. People are. You know, everyone says they want love. Everyone says they want something real. Everyone swears they're tired of games, you know, tired of disappointment, tired of mindfucks. But the moment something real shows up, they panic, they pull back, they act confused, they say, I'm not ready, I'm overwhelmed, I need time. We live in a generation that wants connection but refuses to connect. And people want loyalty with freedom and consistency without commitment and love without accountability. They want, you know, the feeling of being cared for without the work of caring back. And they want closeness without vulnerability. We don't date anymore. We audition each other. You know, we compare, we scroll, we treat people like placeholders until something better comes along. And, you know, we leave the door half open just in case. We talk to multiple people, but commit to none. And then we sit there wondering why everything feels empty. You know, dating today feels like everyone wants the benefits of a relationship without the responsibility of it. And the truth is, most people aren't emotionally unavailable. They're emotionally unpracticed. They don't know how to apologize, how to reassure, how to communicate honestly, how to stay when it gets uncomfortable. And the saddest part, we've normalized this. We call it, you know, protecting my peace or not settling or standards. So yeah, you know, modern dating isn't hard because love changed. It's hard because consistency is rare and effort is rare and clarity is rare and intention is almost extinct. People don't date anymore to build something. They date to feel something. And the moment that feeling fades, so do they. But here's the truth people hate to admit. Love still works. Commitment still works. Real connection still exists. What's broken is the way we treat each other. Like everyone is disposable and like everything and everyone is replaceable. Modern dating isn't hard, but finding someone who actually means what they say, someone who's emotionally grown, someone who doesn't run at the first inconvenience, that's rare. And that's why it feels impossible.
Yeah, a lot of good nuggets here. I mean, modern dating isn't complicated. People are. I mean, people is modern dating, but I mean, I guess I know what he meant by that. Yeah, modern dating is really complicated because of social media, but he's right about the attention deficit disorder of modern dating. People aren't dating for 5 or 6 years like we used to. Yes, I said it, 5 or 6 years, and then moving in and then getting married and then starting families and then we're far removed from that only because like your typical relationship can be like 6 months to a year, and that's a functioning relationship. There are way too many options that people have. There are way too many icks and outs. There isn't the dedication, patience, time, understanding, communication of two people enough to make a long-term relationship sustainable. They're chasing the feeling rather than the love. And I agree with that because the love is something that's concrete. feelings always change like water, or like your like what do you call it? One of those light changing things, like it morphs like light. Your feelings change that way. But love is something that's concrete, meaning you can build a foundation off of a strong emotional connection to someone that's not outside of yourself. A significant other. We call them a significant other because love is what makes them significant. So this sense of duty and obligation and dedication to somebody is an older idea. Not an older idea, but older people hang on to these as values. These are values that older people like myself, we bring this to the table. Like our expectations of marriage is that we die together. Our expectations of marriage isn't, well, one day you'll get a divorce or I give it a year. Like, that's not our idea of marriage. That's not how we were raised. That's not how we were raised to raise our younger generations either. It's just that social media tells you what you want to hear rather than what you need to hear. You need to hear from people who've been married for 30 years rather than everybody who's single and bitter. So I think even when we go through TikTok, we're not looking at a bunch of married people who are married for 20, 30 years telling people what it is and what it ain't. There's maybe one or two, and they got gray hair, and it looked like they may need some Medicare. But, like, for instance, like me, 44, right? Like, I should probably be a married elder talking on TikTok and all the rest of the platforms about how to make a marriage work. But I didn't. 20 years ago, I was married. 24. Yeah, 20 years ago, I was married. But I didn't know what it was to be a husband, so I screwed up. But anyway, the point being, he says it feels impossible. Like, that's like, I mean, it's some of his statements were contradictory. Like, modern dating isn't the problem, people are the problem. But yet it feels impossible. That's his last words. I'm like, yeah, well then it's a problem. But I understood everything he was saying, and I agree with 80% of it. The only way for modern dating to get better is that a lot of people need to put their egos aside and turn their phones off and be able to appreciate, men and women need to find value in each other again. I think when we get through all the bullshit and all of the political correctness or whatever you want to call it, men need to find and appreciate value in women, and women need to find value and appreciate men. I think a healthy respect for one another will allow dating to self-heal, meaning we don't have to ask each other what you bring to the table. We should already know. Like, I know, who you're dealing with when you get me. I know what to expect and what I'm dealing with when I get you, like that should be kind of like there. We need to get back to where default, my default is that two functioning adults should be able to spend time with each other and figure out if it's a relationship that's going to last or not. And that's a vetting process. So, I mean, dinner date, coffee date, whatever you got to do. I mean, the communication comes first, though. So, hey, yo, let's go. Let me look at another video. Enjoy a bit of hookah over here. Modern dating problems. XUMILZ. Younger girl. Let's see what she has to say.
I don't want to be nonchalant. I don't want to play it cool. My soul is yearning for you, and I don't want to hide that. I want you to come over and dance with me in the candlelight as music plays in the background, and I cook us dinner. Is this too much to ask for?
Okay. Well, I understand what she's expressing. She wants a movie like romance. She's only talking about a movie or a TV show. She's not talking about real life. Now, okay, to a certain extent, well, me being a dancer, so I would dance with someone in the candlelight, right? I mean, that's usually only because I couldn't pay their electricity bills till the power's out. Sorry, but broke joke. But that would probably be the only context, like the power went out and, you know, you gotta light them candles and play your playlist and then just because there's nothing to do. But I understand what kind of thing she's looking for. She's looking for she wants to be in a romantic relationship. I think most women want to be in a romantic relationship. A romantic relationship is one where the man is like expresses his love and appreciation for a woman by performing acts, you know, whether it be acts of service, gifts, things like that. And it may be romantic on the man's end, but a romantic relationship also is on the woman's end. She's rubbing his back. She's cooking his favorite his favorite dish. She's doing this extra stuff that he likes, and he is doing extra stuff that she likes. That is a romantic relationship. That is a healthy relationship in which both people value each other by expressing it. Every once in a while, don't do weekly things. I mean, there are small daily things that, you know, you can do, but the bigger gestures, I mean, you know, Christmas, New Year's, holidays, Father's, something like that, you know, something like that is more of a romantic relationship, which is what she's kind of wanting. She wants someone to, like, you know, come on, baby, let's dance. Let's see. Okay, so this one says the problem with modern okay, I think I've seen this clip, but I haven't reacted to it. So this is December 30th, 2025. I think this person is called the 1% or something like that. But let me click on it and pause it and let me get the full name.
I think that's the struggle.
The 1% podcast. Yeah. Okay, let me get through this.
I think that's the struggle with modern day dating is the accessibility makes us think that this is better. That doesn't mean it's better. And also the excess accessibility to potential partners makes us believe that we're unhappy or this is not enough. What I have right now with this partner is not enough because they look like that on Instagram or on a dating app. Or I ran into so-and-so and I can do better. They're going to make me more happy. You don't even know that. You have zero context of who that person is, but in your crazy screwed up mind, you think that what you have right now is not enough. And I think that's the differentiation of like, one, you have to know like there's going to be unlimited options as you progress in your life. There's always going to be more, but love is an action. So it's like, hey, if I made this commitment to you and I'm choosing you, like that's the coolest thing you could ever do. Going to get 100 girls, it's not that cool. Sleeping with 100 different women, not that cool. Choosing a woman that believed in you when you had nothing and you stayed with her because she stayed with you. And then maybe you have the option to go leave and go do better, but you decide to stay because you made a commitment to her. That's cool. I think that.
I feel what he's saying. I understand what he's saying, and I kind of feel what he's saying. But I am going to disagree. Sleeping with 100 women is cool. I mean, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you can pull that shit off, you are not some dork or dweeb or geek or loser. You are not. Now, to the relationship aspect he was talking about, though, I think most men do want that. They want to be able to find the girl that's gonna be that ride or die, that no matter how much money he has or what kind of environment they're in, she's gonna stick around because she chooses him. And she continually chooses him every day because he chooses her every day as well. So a healthy relationship in which both people choose each other, no matter what the economic or socioeconomic situations may be. I think that is what I'm taking away from this. Versus the 100 different women who you may run through, none of them give a damn about you. None of them was with you shooting at the gym. None of them wrote the jokes or anything. like none of the women that you may have had sex with is qualify to be therefore you know, your dating partner or your life partner or your husband. So there's that aspect. But yes, I mean, you know, come on, 80% I agree with. The relationship aspect is definitely something that I think that men completely and totally want. Now, 100 women or a stable relationship, we're going to take the 100 women each and every time. Every single, I don't give a damn who you are. We will take 100 women over a stable relationship. But 100 women are not guaranteed to anybody on this planet, except maybe like, you know, Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise, whatever the girls like to throw their panties at these days. For them, they are getting the 100 chicks. Me, you know, most average men, and I think that's what's missing. Sometimes, like when we have these conversations or listen to these people talk, they're talking about people in general, but sometimes they miss the vocabulary of saying average men, because average men are not sleeping with 100 women. They're not. Top above average men can do that. They have the access because women respond and gravitate toward above average men. So, you know, most women are attracted to that type of man, to the top man, not the bottom. So, or perceived to be at the bottom. But yeah, I understand what he's saying, and you know, he's you know, right about that. Let's try the one right next to it, which is I'm a 34-year-old. I guess she's reading a post or something. Men are burned out from dating, it looks like, maybe. And the creator's name is Sharing My was that truth maybe? I'll pause it and find out. Okay. Sharing My Truth Pod. Men are burned out from dating, and this is why every date feels like a performance review. Confidence, EQ, success, vulnerability, even intimacy. One wrong move and you're out. The pressure to perform is pushing a lot of good men off of the field. I guess I can agree with that. Let's see what she has to say. Hang on.
I'm a 34-year-old guy, and honestly, the reason I've basically stopped dating is because the performance pressure is just getting insane. And I don't just mean on dates, I mean in bed too. It feels like from the second I match with someone, I have to prove I'm emotionally intelligent, confident, successful, funny, stable, but also vulnerable. And by the time I actually get to the date, I'm already in my head. Then when it comes to sex, the pressure is even worse. I'm always worried I won't last long enough, or stay hard, or that I just won't be good in the way she expects. It's gotten to the point where I'm so anxious about disappointing someone that I avoid getting close at all.
Okay. So she's reading from a guy's point of view, a 34-year-old guy, 10 years younger than me, out here trying to grind and date or something like that. His complaint, of course, is not a minority. It's probably how a majority of average men feel about dating in the modern era. It's an endless task, a burden of performance that can't somehow be dropped or failed in any way. And there's just too much like expectations of that are abused. And I don't mean like he was saying, like getting hard and staying hard, like, which is a sexual performance thing. Like there is like that's supposed to be the greatest feeling you have as a human being, as an adult, like sexual intercourse and the whole act, the whole thing. If it is becoming that for men, since sexual is a performance that we have to act on, if we're unable to kind of perform, that is a huge stress related conscious, subconscious thing on your mind that doesn't allow you to function properly. Meaning if you're not sure if you can perform the same way you did without having to take the pill or whatever that is, you're most likely not going to take the first initiative to be with a new sexual partner, which is a woman, or take her out on dates because of the anxiety of having to perform each and every step of the way. And then when it comes to bed play time, you can't, or you're thinking about it too much, or you're in your own head, and she gets frustrated or doesn't understand or doesn't want to hear about it or listen, and then just doesn't talk to you anymore or deal with you anymore. And that's always a concern with somebody's mind, in somebody's mind, mostly an average guy. I mean, you're already losing as an average guy out here. Then you shoot your shot. Then, you have your opportunity, and then you blow it because of the anxiety or whatever. And yeah, I can understand his position, right? I'm older, so yeah, I've been through 34 before, but 34 in 2026, completely different ball game. How is he supposed to play this relationship game when there are so many other factors that are stacked against him that wasn't against me back in the day? Social media being one of them. Like, being named and shamed all over online in front of millions of strangers is a thing. It's a concern. And I wouldn't want it on me, and I wouldn't want it on anyone else either. So I understand his concern. I do sympathize with him as well. And let's see what else is out there. That was a pretty good one, hearing from him. Let's see what else. The Samantha thing, the issue with dating in the... Okay, so this one is June 26, 2025. Let me click on it so I can get the, the creator and the title. I need to give him a shout out,
It's tricky.
Okay. The Samantha Sousa. The issue with dating in the dating app era is that people have started to become commodities. Dating apps have given us the false perception that we can customize our partner like they are line items on a car. And that is why there is a loneliness epidemic for all. Yeah. I think that does make some sort of sense. So let's see what she has to say.
It's tricky because people start to look, especially with dating apps, like it's a catalog. Like when you're buying a car, it's like, okay, well, I want this make and model, but I want it in a different color. Okay, but this one doesn't have the leather seats that I want, even though it has the mileage I want, a good price, the perfect color. The seats are black leather, not white, so I'm going to pass.
Yeah.
And it's like, did you even drive the car? Do you even know if you like this car?
Yeah.
And that's
so funny. It's true.
But that's the reality of it, right? It's tricky.
Okay. So I think what she's saying is that modern dating on dating apps have become so superficial because you can customize using filters. And even when you've applied those filters and you're seeing what your available matches are, you don't even want the matches that you got. And isn't it even because you know them and you're not vibing with them? It's simply superficial. It's just looking at it. It's not taking it to dinner. It's not getting coffee, even though you might vibe with an in-person meeting, which is what dating is. Dating is trying to find a vibe between you and someone else that you don't know. So, yeah, I mean, you have to give the process of dating a chance in order to establish a relationship. And if you're just on these apps and all you're doing is swiping left to dismiss because of, shoes or whatever, I think she's also speaking to this thing of pop the balloon or find love, where women are popping their balloon for the most ridiculous reasons I have ever heard in my life. Because someone's shoes was dirty, I popped a balloon because his Air Force Ones or his shoes was dirty. I'm like, are you serious? He can buy a new pair of shoes. But it's like superficial, so super uber duperficial. Superman couldn't break through this shit. All right? What if Superman was on Pop the Balloon? Pop! Pop, 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 pop. I didn't like his underwear. Yeah, Superman, you can fly, you can do the eye laser thing and do the cold breath thing, but like have you been to therapy? Like, or like yeah, Superman, I wanted to know have you like how's your emotional intelligence? Like, Superman, I got time for this shit. I can fly and pick up a building full of people and move them out of danger and run as fast as a flash and protect people from monsters and you're like how's my emotional you don't like my underwear? Like, can you get like that cape in black and maybe we can talk about it? I'm like, it's my cape. It's what I wear for work. It's my uniform. What the hell's wrong with you? But I'm telling you, would Superman find a match and pop the balloon or find love? Try that. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. It pops on some. Yeah, those red boots are pretty dingy. Like, oh my God. Let's just come on. Am I lying? So let's see. There's that one, and let's see what else we got here. This one's kind of bold letters. This is the problem with modern dating, and this one is Raj Harvey Official, I think maybe. Let me click on it and find out, and then I'll shout out. Oh, I think I clicked on the wrong one. This one.
The number one problem.
Can I not click on this video?
The number one problem.
I guess I can't. I guess what happens is if you can't click on the video because it's unavailable or whatever reason, like it'll play the next video right beside it. So I'll just play the next one right beside it. This is the number one problem with dating, and I think it's Loves Samantha, I think. So let me.
What do you think the issue is?
What's happening?
The number one problem with dating is this.
Maybe not. Maybe something's going on with my cursor.
The number one problem with dating.
So Love Samantha Lee, the number one problem with dating. That's the title. And let me find out what she's got to say.
The number one problem with dating is this. Let's get straight into it. The number one problem with dating is that it's become a game of tactics versus genuine connection. What do you mean by that, Sam? There's hundreds of content being put out daily, teaching us how to put on the best mask to catch the best prospect. The issue with the mask is that a mask eventually got to come off. Who you truly are will eventually have to take center stage. And now that person who has gotten to know the mask has to finally get to know the real person. That's why the game's so messed up, family. All of us are playing games, doing things to protect ourselves, trying to mitigate risk because it's scary to genuinely put yourself out there, especially in today's society, to find the connection we all deep down desire. The number one problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, finding a genuine connection, which is the dating process in the first place, right? I mean, yeah, there's more than one. I mean, she says this is the number one problem. And it's trying to find a genuine connection. And I think I know what she's talking about. Man meets woman, woman meets man, and sparks fly. And then the process ensues, right? Someone gets each other's phone number, contact information. They start talking. Then they meet up for whatever, coffee, drinks, dinner. And then it progresses from there. But everyone, we need to probably scrap away with expectations and go with the first initial stages of dating, which is just talking to people and meeting them where they are. You don't, I mean, one of the things we need to get to know, start asking is people's availability. Like, hey, are you available? And like, if the answer is no, then it just kind of ends the whole thing right there. It doesn't end the whole thing, but what it does is it ends the pursuit. If you're a woman that tells a man that you are not available or you're not interested, that'll 100% just end the pursuit. You don't have to say you're not good enough and be demeaning and disrespectful. You can just say, hey, I'm not available. or I'm not available right now. It should be more than enough to end the pursuit and then just move on from there, right? So, hey, let's see. But yeah, everyone's looking for a genuine connection. I do believe that. Oh, this is a screen interview. Do you agree? The DCJ? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I'm just clicking on it. Let's see what they got to say.
Dude, I'm so jealous of the people who
Wait a
got in a
minute.
relationship.
What do you think the issue is with like modern dating?
Online dating.
That's the issue. You're taken. So did you meet on a dating
We
app?
did, but like 4.5 years ago.
Chris-
Like I
Christian
feel like
Mingle?
now.
And what do you think it is? Dating apps?
I think the issue is dating apps. There's just way too many options.
Yeah, cool. So Christian Mingle, guys, I guess.
Tinder.
Oh, it's Tinder. Okay, what was his opener? What did you open?
He opened.
Do you remember?
He guessed my nationality. Yeah, conveniently.
That's all you have to do.
Good night.
Thanks. Have a good night. Thanks, guys.
That was a nice street interview, right? Like 3 women that are, I think he was talking to 2 of them mostly, but what's the problem with modern dating? It's, it's a nice question to ask. I mean, 3 available ladies. I think she recently broke up with her dude or something, maybe. But they met on a Tinder dating app, so I mean, there's that. Now, full disclosure, I am on dating apps too. I'm on there for a different reason, but I'm on there. I mean, I'm on Tinder, I'm on Bumble, I'm on Hinge, I'm on POF. I'm on these apps because I have my own app I'm coming out with, and my other app that I'm coming out with involves all other dating apps and getting information from there. So there's that. Yeah, I mean, they're saying that, the problem is the availability and the options, and I agree. But the availability and options have always been there. It's just social media and digital media kind of make it more accessible and available to, find out and explore without having to go outside, right? If, let's just say, dating apps ended tomorrow, all of them are just offline, you can't log into one, blah, blah, blah. What would you do? What would the modern generation be forced to do if us as millennials and boomers and all that, what if we just cut it all offline? I mean, all dating apps and social media apps are gone. They're gone. I don't know what would happen, right? But I'm pretty sure they would be feeling like Mad Max Beyond the Thunder, like Mad Max Road Warrior right now. It would be like, people out there, just like, I can't get on Tinder. I mean, what would young people be forced to do if dating apps went bye-bye, with social media goes bye-bye? If we turned it all off and took it all away, what would younger people do? How? My theory is that we would have to snap back to social interaction, social culture. They would have to be forced to go back outside in order to meet somebody. I think both men and women kind of need that. They need to go back to being outside and meeting people that you don't already know. If we have to get back to this. We have to get back to talking to each other and dealing with each other in real life. We have to be, that's the only way you're going to figure out if there's any vibes or feelings or anything like that. We have to be able to be ready to go back outside and talk to people, strange people we don't know. Let's see. Let's see what else we got on the docket. All right. You know what I want to tackle? Hang on. We've done modern dating, and then we've done the club culture, right? You know what I want to talk about that we haven't? Let me call it age gap dating. age gap dating. Age gap dating is something I participated in. Some of you know, some of you don't. My YouTube channel has my ex-girlfriend who is 21 years old when I was 41 years old. So 3 years ago, right? She was on like doing one of my podcasts. I think I was doing a podcast, but we were talking about how we met and this and that and what happened and you know, how we got together and how long it's been and what we were up to, or I don't know. But she's on there and I'm on there and I'm asking her questions and she's making statements, da 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 da. So I'm thinking about revisiting maybe that podcast one of these times. Like tomorrow I'm off too, so or later on tonight. Maybe I'll do it later on tonight. I mean, I don't know why I need to wait till tomorrow, but I'll do it later on tonight. But what I will do is I will review the podcast in which my ex-girlfriend was there. I'm 41, she's 21, and we'll go through it and some of it. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but we'll go through some of it and just see, you know, what was going on there. Just to say. But anyway, I typed in age gap dating in the TikTok search, and these are the things that come up. So I'm just gonna randomly kind of go over some stuff. Let me give you some advice if you're, hang on, dang it, I missed it. I'm just gonna click on this one. Creators searching in hang on. Search Insights, I think, by Jen Allen something. I'm gonna click on it and
If you're thinking
there we go. Jen Allen, Glow Up Queen. Okay.
about dating an older man, here's some advice I wish somebody would have gave me before I did. First, stop asking if the age gap is the problem. Ask if the man is emotionally healthy, because an older man with no self-awareness is just an older version of the same chaos dude you're dating now. Second, don't confuse stability with control. A good older man doesn't shrink your world, he expands it, supports you, and respects your independence. Now, third, we need to be honest with yourself about what you want. If you still crave chaos, validation, or drama, this won't work. Age gap relationships really require emotional maturity on both sides. Fourth, you have to have tough conversations early about pace of life, family, future plans, and boundaries. If he avoids those talks, walk away. Age doesn't equal readiness. And finally, stop dating for approval. People will judge you whether you're happy or miserable. So choose the relationship that brings you peace, brings you clarity, and brings you consistency. I didn't date an older man to be saved. I chose a partner who knew who he was and made space for who I am becoming. And that is the difference. Follow us for more age gap shenanigans.
I thought that was kind of a mature take. Yeah, and this is and their thing is 20-year age gap marriage. So, I mean, hey, I guess I can only say I'm glad it works out in her scenario, and it seems like she's bigging up her relationship only because she enjoys it. She's having a good time with it. It's out there. Her husband, I guess, came in the car and was listening and didn't say anything, didn't tell her anything like, hey, turn off your phone, or hey, like none of that, right? So then he came in the car, needed to, waited until she finished the video. I'm pretty sure before he said anything. And yeah, okay, yeah. Let's go with this other one. Just approach enough. Let me find out what this another one is. Anyway, she's my let me click on the video and read her stuff before I,
Fastest way.
Okay. She's my tranquility one.
To know if the
Just
age gap is
hang
inappropriate.
on, just appropriate enough, but barely getting by. Oh, that's her type description or whatever. Hang on.
Fastest way to know if the age gap is inappropriate or not is whenever you're doing basic everyday normal life things like driving in the car with your significant other and you can hear his bitch ass breathing. You can hear the breath coming out of his nose. They make that little fucking whistle after they hit like 35. You can hear their mouth. You can hear everything that comes out. Every exhale, every inhale. Why are you breathing so loud? Your CPAP machine is supposed to be working and you are inconveniencing me. We are trying to drive to the mall and all I can hear is your like weasel nose. I don't even know what it is. It's like a whistle that comes out of their fucking nostrils. That's how you know the age gap is just right. Ain't no way no 20-year-olds wheezing out their motherfucking nose.
Sorry, I mean that was that was kind of funny. I guess I know what she's talking about, but you know, I don't have that issue. But that's a medical issue when you get older. I mean, some people have it, some people don't. But but she's pretty funny. I don't know. I just kind of had to laugh at that. I understand what she's saying. Like she doesn't appreciate how the body breaks down and like, and she's probably talking about this right here. Like something like that, right? Like you're the old guy breathing like grunt, you know, like the old man breathing thing. And I think that's due mostly to like a lack of exercise. Like if you're breathing so heavy that people can hear it, it's probably due to the lack of exercise, like unhealthy lungs. So like the lungs got to be cleaned out. You probably have been dealing with like a cigar or cigarette smoker or someone that's been working in a place or places where they have either heavy allergies that blocks up their lungs or like a coal mine or something like that or something around smoke or power electricity where coal can burn or something like that. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, that's sounds like a blue collar guy too. That's been working his ass off and just, you know, has to breathe like that. Motherfucker has to breathe, but you know, he ain't 20 no more. You know, he's older. It doesn't mean that he's too old. That means he's older and he's put his body through work in order to provide. So, which is what men's purpose is pretty much. So, hey. Let's see. After a certain threshold. Okay, let me click on this one.
I'm not a proponent.
Okay, so this one is from Ivy Parks, 2 S's.
Of age gap relationships.
Hang on. After a certain threshold, don't we all just kind of have the same conversations? Okay, let me rewind it and then let's see what she has to say.
I'm not a proponent of age gap relationships by any means, but a lot of people's first response is, what do y'all even have in common? What do y'all even have in common with a 10-year age gap, with a 20-year age gap? My best friend is 57 right now, my coworker. She's a 57-year-old lady, and we have conversations all day long. Or like my parents. My parents are my best friends. They're 25 years older than me. You don't think we have stuff to talk about? When they're like, what do they even talk about? What do you mean you don't talk to people that much older than you ever? Me and my mom can sit down and talk for 8 hours straight. I don't think age affects that much. I just think age gap relationships are weird because, like, what do you mean you were 20 when she was born? I'm not.
I mean, I guess, yeah, there's that, right? Yeah, I would. So for my ex-girlfriend who was 21 and I was 41, I was 21 when my ex-girlfriend was born. So it's like I was an adult. I've been an adult since you were born. So it's like kind of I see that, right? That aspect of it, that irony or whatever. But I got that too. I think I got that too when we were dating. Like, what do you guys even talk about? Like, she's like 20 and like you're like 40 and back. We talk about stuff. I mean, I introduced her to some TV shows that I like to watch. She introduces me to her young lingo and language, and she teaches me about modern things that I don't know, and I teach her about the old school things she doesn't know. That includes entertainment, movies. Like I introduced her to, I think, the Boondocks, and she kind of was fascinated with the Boondocks, and that was pretty cool. So I also introduced her to John Carpenter movies, which are a personal favorite of mine. But yeah, we used to sit there and lay in bed and just watch John Carpenter movies all night long. The Thing, They Live, In the Mouth of Madness. I don't know if I got a chance to show her Christine or not, but anyway, Big Trouble in Little China. I got to, when you watch something with someone who's much younger than you and is not exposed to any of the lifestyle or movies or entertainment or media that you're used to, then watching the movie all over again seems that much more refreshing, because you're watching it. It's not like you're watching it for the first time, but you're seeing someone's reaction to watching it the first time. It's kind of refreshing. And even if they might have questions, you're prepared to answer them because you've seen this movie 100 times. This is their first time seeing it at all. So, I had that. And then the conversations dynamic. What does a 41-year-old and a 21-year-old talk about? Well, we talk about stuff. We talk about, she was in school at the time. And, she lived on campus. So I would go visit her, and she would talk about her homework, and she would talk about her classes, and she would talk about the degree that she's getting in. And I'm like, okay, cool. So we talked about like a lot of stuff, what she wants to do, what she wants to be, why. We talk about her, parents, and we talk about, we talk about we talk about things like normal couples do. I mean, I'm 20 years her senior. There are a lot of questions that she has for me, but I'm prepared to answer them. I'm honest. I was married before. So, and so it's just kind of, she had questions, I had answers. But so there was a mentor type of dynamic, there wasn't
Fastest
I don't
way to
know.
know if the age gap.
Hang on. Sorry. I don't know why we got this thing where if you're seeing a younger woman or a woman 20 years your minor, that you're out there just to control her or something like that. Like a 21-year-old or whatever 20-year-old is not by any means controllable. They're open to a relationship dynamic, but it doesn't mean they're open to being manipulated and controlled by someone who's older. Like if there's chemistry and there's a vibe and there's a mutual attraction and interest between two parties, the age gap doesn't make a difference. It just allows two people from different worlds to introduce each other to each other's world. For a 20-something-year-old, blah 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 blah, she has a bunch of friends or whatever, and as a 40-year-old, you got a bunch of friends or whatever, and you're gonna meet them, and they're gonna meet, and she's gonna meet them, and it's just like any other relationship. I mean, but the age, I mean, it sometimes comes into play. Like I remember having like me being 40-something, I have to wake up, I have to crack my back and like stretch. I have to stretch a lot more, so my neck makes noise, and my arms, my back do, and they crack a lot, and I'm like, I just need to stretch out a bit. I'm 6'3", so being tall comes with the price. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just that it was fun. I mean, it was a very short relationship, like a couple months, but there was a distance thing too. So I live in San Antonio, she lived in San Marcos, and that's an hour and some change. So we saw each other a lot, but that fizzles out over time, gas prices and, schedules and things like that. But it was a very fun relationship. It was a very fun dynamic. I mean, I loved every minute of it, but it is what it is. Relationships work and sometimes they don't. This one didn't. But I at least know what an age gap relationship is, having been in one, and I know how to, I guess, make it work. So, we'll make it work to a certain extent. So there's that. Let's see. Age gaps, relationships are the best. This guy says age gap relationships are the best, I think. So let me see what he has to say.
Age gap relationship.
Hang on. TaylorLove.co. Age gap relationships are the best. Let me see what he has to say.
Age gap relationships are the freaking best. Already knew they were because my sister's 9 years older than her husband. They're rocking. My bestie Serena is 8 years older than her husband. They're stoked. The biggest age gap I've had was like actually dating a woman, saw some long-term potential with. She was 27. She's 28 now, 43. So that's like 15, 16 years. We had the same energy level, laughed all the time together. We had an absolute blast. And there's something about people in age gap relationships where they don't care about all the rules that in society we put on each other and judge each other for. Whenever I post a video like this about age gap relationships, I get all these comments by these judgmental people who've never had the experience that I've had, who've never had the experience that my sister's had or that Serena's had. They think they know what they're talking about what to do with age gap relationships, even though they've never had one. Here's an idea. Take your rule of half plus 7 or half plus 12 or whatever kind of girl math you're using these days. Throw it out the window. Care less what people think. Be with someone who matches your vibe or takes it up another level. Follow for more. Age gap relationship.
Okay. So, yeah, I understand exactly what he's saying. And I guess he's I don't know about the best, but I understand, like he's saying, like age gap relationships are like any other relationship, but they're more fun because number one, in modern day society, age gap relationships are considered taboo, when back in the day age gap relationships were considered the norm. Like younger women used to be openly pursued by, well, they still are, but openly pursued by older men in school, in high school and stuff like that, and would be expected to, get married and stuff like that. All that, this is when we were living a lot less longer, right? So the gap between sexual maturity of women versus men is different. Like women, I believe, can have children sooner than men can start producing them. At least I think. Women mature, I think, sexually a lot faster than men do. So I think that's why, I think that's how age gaps started. I think it started because women, I think in their teenage years, can start like getting pregnant and reproduce when their bodies mature. And the body maturing, biologically speaking, is like a signal to men that this woman is ready for sexual reproduction or sex, or you know what I mean. So an older man would be attracted to this younger woman, but this woman who's sexually mature, her counterpart, her equal aged counterpart, may not be ready, is probably most likely not ready. He may be sexually attracted to her, but he's not ready to approach her. He's not ready to initiate that kind of thing with her. He may not be sexually mature. That's boys her age as teenagers are probably not sexually mature enough to get with her, but older men are. So like, but this is again me talking about, I don't know, like years ago, like could be 100, 200, whatever it was, where that was more common than not. Now it's more infrequent than not. Now older men are still dating younger. But for me, for instance, I dated someone half my age, like 20 years I'm 20 years her senior. So for me, that's a real age gap. My father was 43 and my mom was 23 when they had me, because on my birth certificate it has my mom's age and my dad's age. So that's how I knew, there was my mom participated in an age gap relationship. And most old school marriages that worked for a long time are age gap, pretty significant age gap difference. Like she's 10 years younger. Like for instance, my father is in his 80s, and I believe his wife, which is my stepmom, is in her 60s. So there's a big, you know, kind of age gap in between them, but the dynamic works. They've been married over 35 years, and they're the checkout. Only way someone's leaving is checkout, like permanently. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it's over. That's how they're getting out of that marriage. But that's kind of the marriage that I want. I want something that's that permanent. So I understand what this guy's saying. So hey, and I think what he was saying is don't knock it till you try it. And I have. So hey, let's see. Couples with an age gap. Okay, let me see. Let me see what this girl's saying. She says flourish with something. I forget what. I don't know what the rest is. Let me click on it and
Couples
read
with
it.
the 7.
All right, let me get with the shout out. Flourish with Lauren. Couples with an age gap don't sit around worried about judgment, because when it's real, the number doesn't matter. My husband is 17 years older than me, and we're proof. He keeps me protected. I keep him young, and together we've built something only people dreamed of. Oh, okay, let's see what she's got to say.
Couples with a 7, 10, even 15-year age gap are actually some of the happiest people I know. Do you want to know why? Because when you're with the right person, the number doesn't matter. Age does not matter. For example, my husband and I are 17 years apart. Yeah, people talk. They love to judge. But here's the thing. We don't care. Not even a little bit. Because when we're together, we don't feel an age gap. We just feel us. And honestly, I keep him young, and he keeps me very well entertained and taken care of. That's the kind of balance that does not show up on any freaking calendar. So what's the secret? It's not about years. It's about your energy, the connection you guys have. Living in a way where other people's opinions don't pay your bills, don't raise your kids, or define your happiness. We live by one rule. We are going to do what we are going to do, regardless of what people think. So the next time someone judges a relationship by a number or an age gap, remember this. Numbers measure age, not love. And love, that's the only thing that counts. Drop a comment. Would you date somebody with a big age gap? Be honest. Couples with a 7, 10, even.
Okay. So, hey, I mean, so it's working for her. I'm finding, you know, so far, people in age gap relationships are, I don't know, man. They on TikTok, they seem to be more working. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we can find like age gap dating problems, and there's going to be some result or something the other way. I'm not saying that there's going to be, but when I just type in age gap dating, I am finding this is the third video that refers to it on a positive from the male's perspective that we just saw, and 2 of them from the female perspective. So we're seeing positive results of age gap dating from the man's side and the woman's side so far. And the only problem with age gap dating is everybody else's opinion about it, not really the relationship itself. So, I mean, hey, yo. Joy put a Foucault over here. Let's see what else we got. The next one right over is Angela Awake. Let me just click on it.
I'm here to talk.
Okay, Angela Awakened. Okay, good. That makes sense. Dating as a 56-year-old in Los Angeles. Huh. Okay. Age gap dating at 56. Okay, so I guess this is about what she's got going on.
I'm here to talk today about my deep dark slide into Cougarville. I slid into Cougarville last year, and I have to say, like, it wasn't disastrous. So let's do a little story time.
Okay, so it's a 4-minute video, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot said that has nothing to do with nothing. And not to say like her story is not important or relevant. What I wanted to get from this video is her impression. Her impression is uh, uh, her impression is positive. Like we already saw that 16 seconds in. I'll do 16 seconds in again.
I'm here to talk today about my deep dark slide into Cougarville. I slid into Cougarville last year, and I have to say, like, it wasn't disastrous. So let's do a little story time.
It wasn't disastrous. No, I picked it up the second time round, but I'm gonna guess that it was a positive experience. It wasn't disastrous, and that she's open to probably participating in this again. So I wanted to say
I'm here to talk today about
the 4 minutes of it, because I don't want to get any strikes for copyright. I'm not sure how the copyright is for listening to someone's video for over 3 minutes, but it just sounds like she's had like a positive experience with age gap dating. So let me get to something that's a little bit shorter. The one next to it is age gap relationship dynamic. Let me click on this one.
What do men need to?
Oh, okay. Green Cowland, age gap relationship dynamics. Okay, it's okay. Oh, this one's also 4 minutes. Let me get something shorter. Let's see. Okay, dating by well, anyway, let me
I'm
just
going on a date with
dating by Blaine. Okay, general. Let me see the long 27 seconds. That's good. General reminder that you decide whether or not to give your insecurities life. Follow more tips. DM. Okay, let me see what she's got to say.
I went on a date with a guy who was like 5 years older than me. And at the time, I was like 28. So the gap really was not a big deal at all. But on the date, he made multiple comments about how when he was going off to college, I was just graduating middle school, which didn't make me feel sexy at all. And in fact, came off as kind of creepy. Don't make a big deal about age gaps. I guarantee if she's on a date with you, she's not sweating it if you are. I went on a date with a guy who was like 5 years old.
Okay. And she's a dating coach. Let me just. Okay. So apparently what it looks like to me is that she was participating in an age gap relationship. Excuse me. In which the guy mentioned, hey, when I was a little bit younger, or when I was your age, you were over here in life. And that's what a typical conversation in an age gap relationship would ensue. I told my ex-girlfriend, like, hey, when you were born, I was out there doing all kinds of stuff, but I mean, she's not gonna know, she's not gonna care. She wasn't here. But the conversation in all age gap relationships is when I was your age, and you're always gonna hear that. When I was your age, that wasn't even a thing. So you have to get used to the language. Older people use older language to describe the environment, the social environment back in their day, and younger people use their lingo to describe whatever they're doing now. But there's a cross connection there, because the younger people, I think the other video stated it, younger women give me energy. You feed off of each other's energy. What happens is I'm 40 something, she's 20 something. She has way more energy than I do, but I feed off of that. I'm way more mature and slow and calculated than she is, but she feeds off of that. So she starts to feed off of my habits and personality. I feed off of hers. Like, I get her energy and she gets my energy. It's complete energy exchange in the relationship. So it's a different dynamic, but it's one that works for both people that are willing to participate in it. So, but yeah, as far as this story goes for her, she's saying I went out on a date and he said something that I didn't like and it came off cringy. And this is another ick thing. ICK, ick. It's an ick. It's a turnoff, right? But it's fragile. I mean, these icks you speak of, it's a fragile ego thing. It's like, dude, get over it. I would say like, yo, he said that? Really? Oh, and you never spoke to him again? Oh yeah, good girl. Yeah, ruin a complete potential relationship because he said something you didn't like. Like, dude, no. You ain't gonna make it in this game. It has to be, he's dangerous or abusive. It needs to be something extreme for you to call it quits. He said something you didn't like, like I didn't feel sexy. That's not, dude. That's anyway. Let me hang on. I need to do some Miyagi breathing. Sorry. Let me not go off on a rant and a tangent. Let me not attack. I don't want to attack the girl. I'm just attacking the mindset. That's all. It's just the mindset I don't like. Not, the girl, she looks all right, but the mindset is what's got to go. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. You're an older married man out with the girl. Huh. I don't know about that one. Age gap relationship, self-serving or not? Let's see. He dates younger for control. She dates older. Oh, let's find out what this looks interesting. Okay, let me see what this one's about. Right here. Let me point to it. Right here. Let me see this. Oh.
By the way,
no, it's not okay for men because
This is Afro's TV, and this one says age gap relationships. They are about love or something else. The double standard is real. So let me
men
see.
date women that are younger because they want control.
Oh.
No, it's not okay for men because men date women that are younger because they want control. That is why you want to feel like you have control. Okay, like you have more knowledge than her. You're smarter than her. And let's be honest, younger girls date older men not because they're cute, but because they got money.
Okay. So that's her take on it. That's her opinion on it. I think that's one of, okay, out of all of these videos that we've seen so far, this is the one that explicitly and perfectly explains how she is a part of society that would take a look at an age gap relationship and would bastardize it and would try to shame it and would try to shit on it. She's saying he likes her because he wants control over her. And it's dumb. The reason why I say it's dumb, and the argument's dumb. She's not dumb, the argument. The reason I say it's dumb is because a relationship involves two people who want to be together in one. He can't control her. There is no relationship unless she wants one with him. And I think that's what she misses. What she sees is a transaction between two people, and that's not how a relationship works. Prostitution works that way, not relationships. Relationships aren't based off of money or status. Relationships are based off of these things. They're based off of the fundamental dynamic that one person and the other person want to be together in this functioning relationship. So no, she's never, it doesn't sound like she's ever been in an age gap relationship. And even if she's not speaking, she doesn't sound like she's speaking from personal experience. She sounds like she's speaking from this place of making judgment without having participated in it. If she had, she would have said, well, I was in an age gap relationship and he only wanted me to control me. And she's not speaking from that perspective. She's only speaking on behalf of somebody else who she doesn't know. So I'm afraid this woman has not been seeing these other TikTok videos talking about how these age gap relationships were working. So, hey, but it's their conversation, right? It's their opinion and they're entitled to it. And that's, it is what it is. So let's see what else is there. Let's see, age gap, dating younger men, society double standards, age gap dating. Okay, dating older. Let's see what she has to say. This was Sophia MC. Well, let me click on it and pause it before I get the shout out.
Younger women don't just date older.
Oh.
They should really
Hang
do
on.
prison tours. That way I can walk around, get a little feel.
All right, age gap dating. Sorry, I kind of clicked out. There we go. Let me try this one again.
Younger women don't just date older men for their money.
When I was 18, I
There we
dated
go.
a 34.
Okay, Sophia McScandal. There are so many story times I could do. I realized earlier that I am now the age of the man who I dated when I was 18. I fought so hard to justify that relationship at the time, but now as 34-year-old, it really, makes me wonder. Okay, let's see what she has to say. She says, I dated a 34-year-old when I was 18. So let's see what that was about.
When I was 18, I dated a 34-year-old man. I'm 34 now. And let's be clear, I was in high school when we started dating. I think about it now as a 34-year-old. Like, I legitimately, I fought. I was 18, my whole entire family, because I was going to book it, because of course he was out of state. We met online. So I was going to book it and live with him without telling anybody. P.S. None of my family even knew we were dating at this point. I literally left oh my God, this is crazy. I left a note on my kitchen table. I was just like, peace. And my best friend was going to drop me off at the airport. And I was literally just going to leave the state. Now that didn't happen. But as an 18-year-old, then my family obviously found out. And if you want a story time, I can get into that story time because it is legitimately fucking crazy. But so anyways, my family finds out. They all come around. He flies up. We have this thing. I fought for this relationship. And then we ended up moving in. I ended up down the road, which we were together for a while. But it's wild that I was 18 when that started and I'm 34 now. And I'm thinking about even the potential, I don't even want to talk to a fucking 18-year-old, even if they are mature, because I was I'm not going to sit here and say that I wasn't. I was, but still, I was in fucking high school. It's fucking weird. But once again, I just feel it's about the stages of life. It's not necessarily about the age. I was just at such a different stage in my life than he was in his. And no matter what you want to say about, oh, you loved each other or whatever, but if you love somebody, you want to see the best for them. And the best for me would not have been being with you. A 34-year-old, a 34-year-old. I had just this is wild to me now. Looking back at it, really fucking wild. So anyways, have you been in an age gap relationship? And then when you get to the age that the older person in the age gap was when you dated them, you're like, what the fuck? When I was 18,
Okay. So here's what I've heard. I'm hearing she was 18, he was 34, they dated or were dating, right? For a while or however long that was. She fought for the relationship. She was going to go moving with this guy because he was mature enough to do so. He was out of state or something like that. Parents got involved, canceled it. Kibosh, you're 18. You're not doing what the hell you think you're doing over here? What I will say is that what I didn't hear is some bad experience of being taken advantage of and being controlled. He was so controlling and I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything and I couldn't hang out with my friends. I couldn't hang out with my family. I didn't have any money. I'm not hearing this thing about control. She's 18. He's 34. She's making her own decisions, fighting for the relationship she wants to be in with this older man. That's what I heard. I don't hear this thing about being controlled and manipulated or anything. She went into this thing eyes wide open. So, I mean, you can't really control an 18-year-old anyway. I mean, there's only so many. I mean, have you tried telling a teenager to take out the trash or something? I mean, have you tried? They're like lawyers. I'm like, well, why? I mean, is that really, you know, they'll therapize you, and they'll pull out all kinds of shit. You know, like, hey man, get in there washing dishes. Is washing dishes really important in society right now, Father? I'm like, wait, what? You know, so you know, is this really about dishes, or is this about mom? You know, or whatever tricks they try and pull. I mean, we had our tricks back in the day when we were kids to try and get out of stuff, but yeah, these days is a little bit different. But anyway, back to the video. What she's saying is that she finds it wild that she's at the age of where he was when he started dating her. What she's saying is she can't see herself talking to an 18-year-old guy because an 18-year-old man wouldn't be mature to mess with her anyway. And that's true. But a man messing with an 18-year-old girl, she may show signs of maturity and therefore like be perfectly acceptable to this older man. And number two, she had to accept the relationship, the terms of the relationship. She knew how old he was. It's like, yeah, he was older, but you knew he was older. So you have every chance to get. Here's the thing. She had the option to date 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, people who were a little bit younger than she was, or a 19-year-old, someone who was in college. Anybody who was below the age of 34, she had the option of dating and opted out and wanted this man to be in a relationship with this man. So it's the man that she was attracted to, wanted to be with, not the age. I think it's just that, and I also think that, like, we use these numbers to describe our age, but we don't really fit the age that, you know, we're assigned. I mean, I'm 44 years old, but do I look like your typical 40? Have you seen any of my videos? Do you see 44-year-old men doing what I do on video? No, not typically anyway, not typically. But you know, I mean, I'm not special by any mean, but you know, I am not a typical. When I say the word 44, you're not looking at. No, you wouldn't be able to tell. If I said I was like 32 or something like that, people kind of place me every time I play the game of. They're like, "How old are you?" I'm like, "How do I look?" Oh, they're like, "Oh yeah, easily like 32 or something." I'm like, "No, I'm 44." They're like, "What?" I get this look. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm 44." Or, you know, my birthday just passed, so I used to say, "Hey, I'm 43," you know. But the word 40 just floors people. They're just like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, you know, I eat my Wheaties." You know, I like making old jokes all the time, you know, even though I'm not that old, but you know, I embrace my older age. I don't like try and run away from it. Like the hair club for men, no. Maybe when I'm 50, right? You know, I'm like, you know, let me see that box. What color? Yeah, bring it over here. But right now, no. It's just, you know, I'm cool with it. My tiger stripes are shown with pride. But yeah, so yeah, this lady right here, she had an age gap relationship. She was in one. She doesn't exactly go into the details of how that age gap relationship ended. She obviously isn't with homeboy anymore. So, you know, I don't know. She's sitting there kind of like reflecting on, you know, the age gap relationship she was in. She, again, seemed to have enjoyed it. She got some benefits from it, apparently. I mean, if you're a younger woman, there are many benefits to being with an older, mature man. I mean, everything's provided for you. He knows what he's doing. His leadership is unquestioned. He has respect for himself and other people. He knows how to treat women. I mean, you know, I mean, you learn a lot of things as a man as you grow older about women. So when you're dating a woman who's younger, you want to treat them as if they're a mature lady. And these younger women love that shit. So, I mean, they know, they're open to receiving it. So it's just, I can see why age gap relationships are a thing. I mean, but not everybody's going to participate, but those who do, all of a sudden, I mean, from what I'm hearing, there's positive feedback. So, hey, let's see. Age is just a number, and she is a stand-up comedian, it looks like. So let me check this out.
A lot of people have a.
Whoop.
Do you guys have an age gap?
Okay, Daniela 5000. Age is just a number. Let's see what she has to say. 15 years, age gap couple. Okay.
Do you guys have an age gap at all? Or he's just really tall? Okay, yes, she's nodding like, don't talk to grandpa like that. How old are you and how old is she? 40 and 25. Not bad. Yeah, she's looking at me like, right, girl, say that. Yeah, that's nice. I'm scared. All right, can we order her an angel shot? Second date. Okay, what was the first date? Movie in the park. Oh, that's cute. Aw, that's is something that only like an activity that only old people know about. Like they're like following the newsletter, like that. I feel like my friends would be like, ew, that's gay, let's do cocaine, And he's like, baby, I'll bring a blankie. Do you?
Okay, she's obviously funny to the audience that's in front of her. I'll say that. Okay, stand-up comedian to comedian. She's very at least she's got the whatever. I mean, she's got the balls to grab the microphone and talk her shit, and she does the whole thing of pointing people or a couple out in the crowd and getting some crowd interaction and then kind of playing off of that. I mean, yeah, it's a typical thing. Stand-up comedians, we do that. You know what? We do that though, like when we don't have any jokes. Like you point somebody out in the crowd when you don't have anything written down or prepared, you just kind of go out there and you just kind of look around. You're like, oh, hey, look at these people over here, and then kind of get to know them a little bit and like ask them stupid questions and then kind of play off of that dynamic and then make jokes from there. So that's we call that playing to the, well, I call it playing to the cheap seats, but your best comedian like is timing. It's off the head. And it's situational. It's here to here to here to here, and they're different types of comedians. So I'm not going to criticize her shit anyway. She's doing her thing. She's got the microphone. She's talking her shit. She's talking about age gap relationships. She's kind of talking shit about the older guy, which is, I don't know, allowed. But yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, she has no actual feedback or input, but at least I know what it is. Let's see. Let's go up on here. Let's talk about age gap relationships. Let's see this one. Whoop.
A lot of people have a hard time.
Okay. Well, with Arielor. I hope I'm saying that right. Let's talk about age gap relationships. Would you date someone 5, 10, 20 years older or younger than you? Okay. Let's see what they're talking about.
A lot of people have a hard time understanding for a 30-something-year-old woman what they would be attracted to in somebody older. But I'm also like, you look at these people who are successful, it's not just for no reason. They have so many amazing qualities.
No relationship is guaranteed forever. Look at what I learned. Had this relationship with this wonderful man. Something absolutely tragic happened to him very unexpectedly. Do I regret getting into that? Absolutely not. I'm so grateful I did because I got to have this wonderful love with this amazing man that I will be forever grateful for. He changed me. I changed him. I made him happy. The last 6 years of his life were the happiest years of his life.
That's not bad. That's not a bad like feedback or take on it. She was with an older man. The relationship was great. and it was the best relationship both of them have had, I believe, what she was saying, or at least he had, until he, passed or something like that. I think she was talking about like some tragic event ended his life or something like that. But excuse me, another positive feedback of a person who was actually engaged in an age-gap relationship and come out the other side saying this was a good thing and I'm glad I participated in it. So people who have participated in it have positive feedback. That's what I'm getting so far. Like this is TikTok. You can find negative stuff on anything, complaints about anything. I just typed in age gap dating. That's it. So we're getting more positive feedback from those who have participated in it than people who were in it saying, I have yet to come across one that said, oh my God, age gap, red flag. Oh my God, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, okay? I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again, okay? I'm not finding that yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll come across one, but yeah, so far so good. I mean, as far as a relationship dynamic, right? It's still, like I said, kind of a taboo thing in modern day society, but it's been going on since forever, right? Age gap dating and marriage has been going on forever. The thing is, right now, there's a spotlight on it only because we're in the modern day social media echo chamber where everybody's got an opinion on everything. So, but from people who've been in it, I'm hearing some good, at least feedback or coming out the other side saying, I'm glad to have participated in it. You're hearing people in an age gap relationship saying how happy or pleasurable the relationship is. And you're seeing people who were in one saying, I got what I wanted and everything was fine. And I may be reflecting or whatever, but it was a good thing for me to participate in. I'm not hearing any types of, oh, I wish I never did that and I regret and no. I'm not hearing that yet. Not saying that it's not out there, but if this is the impression, I mean, people really ought to start taking note of what kind of options you should open yourself up to. An age gap might be one of them, and for different reasons. So let's just go and move on. Let's see. Let me scroll here. Let's see. Seeing people freak out over a 20 and 24-year-old age gap. When I was 19, I dated a man that was 49. It's like, what? Okay, let me see if she's saying anything, or is it just a look? I think it's just a look and a message at the bottom. I don't think she's saying anything. Okay, he looks old. What's the age gap? Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get anything from there. Let's see. Scroll down a little bit. How did we do, guys? I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, yeah. He's definitely older. They're doing some kind of synchronized swimming, flex, dancing, whatever the hell. Mature as a female. Okay, what it's like dating an older man, not kin. Oh, okay. Let's see. What it's like dating an older. Okay, hang on. Whoop.
Dating a man over.
Here's the best.
Whoop. Hang on.
Dating a man over the age of 50 is off.
Hang on.
Here's the best age gap.
Whoop. I keep screwing this up. Like sometimes I'll point to a video and it won't like play. The next video will play. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm trying to, old man.
Here's the best age gap.
Dating a man.
There we go. Okay, so this is not Kenya, I think, with a 3 spelled in it. What it's like having an age again, what it's like having an age gap. Okay, so this is not bad. Okay, let me see what's up.
This is what it's like dating an older man. I want to get my hair done. Can I please have some money?
This for your hair. This for your nails.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, it works. Okay, it works. What I'm getting the message from this video is that their relationship works. It's an age dynamic. It's an age gap dynamic, but it's one that works for both of them. She's asking for money for her hair and her nails, and his response is, "Let me take out this wad of cash, count it out, make sure I got enough. Hair, nails." And then boom, she's able to get her hair and nails done. So I think I understand what she's trying to convey. She's trying to convey that dating an older man means that we're more financially stable and that we're willing to like provide financially for the things that you want as a younger woman. And yes, that is probably one of the more primary benefits of a woman dating an older man. Like a younger woman is going to be lower maintenance financial wise, meaning hair and nails might be fine, but it's not all about, you know, I need a car, I need a house, I need this, and I need thousands of dollars worth of something, because they're not on that kind of time. But in this relationship, he provides for her financially, and that's probably, that's probably like, if not 100%, like 98, 99.9 of what the age gap relationship can provide as far as the female is concerned. Just financial stability and on demand, and we got it. We mostly got it, and your costs are kind of minimal compared to anyone we date our own age or something like that. So yeah, I can definitely see where she was going, but I also see why he's in the relationship as well. You remember, again, they're choosing each other. She's not being forced. You know what? Speaking to this other video talking about men who want to date younger women because we want to control them or because they want control over younger women, does this woman who just got her hair and nails done and paid for look like she's being controlled by a man? Like sorry, like no sale. Like she does look good with her hair done, but damn, like really? This is like this older guy whips out a wad of cash, counts it out, gives it to her for her hair and her nails, and this other woman is underneath the impression that he's controlling her, and that's why they're in a relationship. And he has money, and that's why they're in a relationship. As if this were Pretty Woman, and she was just on the street like Julia Roberts, like on the boulevard or whatever, and he drives by in a Lamborghini or a Lotus or whatever that was, picked her up, and then nah, like these two people chose each other for a reason, and it's working out. That's what this video displays and it shows, and it just is what it is. So I don't want to criticize anything. The last thing I want to do is criticize a healthy, functioning relationship in which both partners are happy. So hey, he ain't frowning, and neither is she. So hey, yo, let's see. Dating an older man be like this video. Let me see what this girl's talking about.
Dating a man over the age of...
Her name is Dirty Laundry, DXRT Laundry. So Dirty Laundry, I'm gonna guess. True story. So let's see what she says. Let me rewind it a bit.
Dating a man over the age of 50 is all fun and games until the dirty talk comes out. It's like fucking Shakespeare. They be using words like erupt and shit. Dating a man...
Okay. Well, it was only 11 seconds long, but she's even though she's talking shit about her older dude that's over 50, I guess, she's talking about the communication and the language that we use in order to describe something because it's proper terms, when it's not like young person's lingo or whatever, the new words or whatever. But again, she's not up here saying, oh my God, I need to get out of this thing, or it's the worst experience ever. She's just pointing out one of the differences of dating an older man be like. So it's just her talking about her personal experience of being with one, which is fine. It's cool. Not mad at it. Another example of a relationship that seems to be either functioning or semi-functioning or working or healthy. Nothing that says, oh, I'm controlled and I can't believe I can't get, none of that.
Here's the best age gap for
this is Chad Goodman. Chad Goodman. It says, here's the beat age gap for couples. I guess he meant best. It doesn't matter. Let's see what he has to say.
couples. I'm a relationship scientist. I match Here's the best.
Okay. I'm guessing this is a scientific and data analysis, analytical look at age gap dating and relationships. I don't think he's been in any. Doesn't sound like he's been in any. I guess he's just up here talking his shit. Like the best age gap relationship is between 1 and 3. Get out of here. Nah. 1 and 3 years. And if he's talking about modern dating, like perhaps, I mean, there's science and data to back up his claims, but the problem is women, what women respond to. I don't think he's factored that in. Women don't respond to the 1 to 3 year thing. If the 1 and 3 year thing were true, age gap dating wouldn't be as big as it is now. We're talking cougars who are going for younger men and older men who are going for younger women. It wouldn't be that dynamic if the best healthy age gap was 1 to 3 years. I mean, I don't see that, right? As a result, if it were the case, 1 to 3 year gaps in the dating pool would be what everybody sought after, but he's not considering what women want. Women want a much older and mature and more stable, financially stable and emotionally intelligent man who can provide, protect, and things like that. And we usually don't peak to that type of maturity until we're in our later 30s or early 40s. So I'm not sure where this is. I mean, and this is coming from a data science, but I think the science is incomplete. Because if you think about think about it. We went on, ever since I started this freaking live and I looked up age gap dating, we have heard nothing but like positive feedback or little bits here and there. We have not heard a negative feedback of, oh my God, I'm being controlled and I got to leave this. I'm not like hearing that. The relationship gap, the age gap thing happened. I was in it, but I'm glad I was in it. That's what we're hearing. We're not hearing any regret or remorse or this is a thing that shall not stand. We're not hearing, well, we heard it once, but we heard from someone who wasn't even in an age gap relationship, nor knows what it means to be in an age gap relationship, judge it from the outside looking in, never having participated or being in one. So we're not hearing any negativity, and we're not hearing it from this guy either. And we weren't hearing it from the other girl either, you know? So let's see what else is cooking. Said The Rock. Age gap relationships are this guy again. Age gap relationships are the best. So he's got a positive experience, and we've seen him. Taylor Love, I think his name. .co. Okay, what is the acceptable? Okay, so then let's talk. Well, let's see what she says. This is wild. Well, let me click on it.
Older.
Okay, so Joy Anima Social. Older men don't realize this makes younger women miss them. Okay, we'll see what she says. It's a 3-minute video, but I'm pretty sure there's some stuff we probably don't need to hear.
Older men don't realize this makes younger women miss them. Did you know that certain traits and behaviors make older men uniquely memorable to younger women? Psychology shows that these qualities can create a lasting impact. In this video, we'll explore how older men cultivate a presence that younger women find hard to forget. 1. Your sense of stability makes her feel safe. Imagine this. She's out with her friends, everyone talking about relationships that seem like roller coasters. Meanwhile, she's missing the calm, grounded presence you bring. She realizes how much she values the sense of security you offer, and it hits her unexpectedly. She might even find herself longing for that stability and replaying those moments when you reassured her everything would be all right. It's a bit like realizing you prefer the calm after the storm over the thrill of the chaos itself. 2. Your life experience gives her a different perspective. You have a way of showing her life through a broader, more seasoned lens. While her peers may focus on short-term thrills, you've taught her to appreciate the bigger picture. When you're not around, she misses the wisdom you bring, the patience in your advice, and the way you handle challenges without losing your cool. It's like going from watching a blockbuster action movie to a beautifully layered drama. She craves that depth, even if she didn't expect to. 3. You know how to keep things steady. You're not playing games or sending mixed signals. When you say something, you mean it. And that reliability is something she's come to cherish. Without you, she starts noticing how her friends' relationships fluctuate on a whim, making her appreciate how rare and valuable your steadiness is. She didn't know how much she would miss that until it was gone, and now she finds herself hoping to feel that sense of certainty again. 4. You make her feel truly understood. You're a great listener, and it's clear to her that you genuinely want to know who she is on a deeper level. Younger women can feel unheard or misunderstood, especially in fast-paced dating scenes. But with you, she feels seen in a way she's never experienced before. When you're not around, she notices how no one quite gets her like you do, and it leaves her longing for that connection that only you seem to provide. 5. Your charm isn't something she finds every day. You've got that old-school charm that feels effortless, like holding the door open or showing up with her favorite coffee without a reason. It's not about the grand gestures, but the thoughtfulness behind them. When you're not there, she feels the absence of these gestures, realizing they set you apart from the crowd. It's that unmistakable charm that lingers in her mind, leaving her comparing you to others who simply can't match up. 6. You've shown her the importance of slowing down. Life can often feel like a constant race, but with you, she learned the beauty of slowing down and savoring each moment. When you're not there, she finds herself missing the calm and ease you bring to her life. It's like going from the calm of a serene lake to the hustle of a crowded city. She might find herself scrolling through old photos or thinking about those quiet moments with you, longing for that tranquility again. 7. She respects.
Okay. It was another, couple of minutes, but well, not a couple of minutes, actually a couple of seconds. So let me go ahead and finish the rest.
The confidence you carry. Unlike others who may be trying to impress or prove something, you're at peace with who you are, and that quiet confidence is magnetic. When you're not around, she feels the difference. There's a maturity and self-assurance that's hard to find elsewhere. She starts to realize that being with someone who knows himself so well is a rare gift, and it makes her miss that grounded energy you bring into her life.
Okay, I have to pretty much agree with everything that's said, right? Yeah, I mean the 7 reasons, reasons that make an older man more memorable to a younger woman. So the context is that these are the benefits of dating an older man from a younger woman's perspective. At least that's what this video is conveying. And I'd have to agree to all the reasons, but it's not even me agreeing. I guess my opinion on this doesn't matter, right? As like your opinion as a woman who's younger, or doesn't matter how old you are. Your opinion as a woman is going to matter more on this topic, not on this topic, but this issue that this video is bringing up more than I am, only because I've never dated an older man before, right? I am the older man. So for women, I mean, y'all, a cosign or no sign. Uh, you would have to kind of validate the reasons that this video gave and give some feedback to where, hey, is this video right about this reason, wrong about this reason? Is it applicable to you in any way? So, I mean, I kind of like the video because it kind of at least goes through some reasonings of, what she could or couldn't be thinking about just because she was in a relationship with you and your old ass. Let's see, next video. I mean, I'd like to think that my ex misses me, but that's more of a narcissist thing. I don't think about it. I mean, I never thought about it until now, until that video. Like your younger ex is thinking about you. Like, I don't think so, but I mean, I appreciate the sentiment. So, I mean, there's that. But let's see what else we got here. Let's see what we got going on here. When you and your man have a 13-year age gap, my love language is acts of service. Chels are. Let me see that one.
Yep, been there, done that. Yep, been there, done that.
Hang on.
I got a buddy.
Age gap.
I could help you.
Okay, Chels are. Chelsea Renee. My love language is active service. Oops. Okay, let's see what she's got to say.
I could help you cross the street.
No.
I could help you cross your yard.
No.
I could help you cross your porch.
No.
Well, I gotta help you cross something.
Okay, so this was a pretty funny video. I'm not sure why it's in. Well, I know. Well, the title says when you and your man have a 13-year age gap. So she's making jokes about like being a little kid helping daddy like with chores such as walking across the street. So, I mean, I guess she may have a funny channel about it or something. I'm not sure, but hey, it is what it is. Let's see. Society double standards. Ladies, wrangle you a youngster. This is a real problem with dating older men. Ah, okay. Let's click on that. Ah, okay. Okay.
So I got to thinking. Yep, been there, done that.
Okay, fashionably divorced.
I literally had to.
Replying to at Canteria and that one time at Thanksgiving. Okay, so I guess this is a reply to somebody. So I think that's what this video is for. This is a real problem with dating older men is the title on her video. But let's see what does she think so? Does someone else think so? Let me see. Okay, so someone is stating a reply to her. Katarina's comment, I think that's her name. Yup. Been there, done that. I literally have had to shove it in there like it's like shoving stuffing in a turkey that keeps coming out. He is not even embarrassed of what is happening. I don't even know if I want to know what she's replying. Let me see what's being said. Just look, trigger warning coming up. So hey.
Yep, been there, done that. I literally had to shove it in there like shoving stuffing in a turkey that keeps coming out. He's not even embarrassed of what is happening. We're talking about men's equipment that is supposed to be at full mast, but it's not there, and you're kind of confused. Like, is this thing ready to go into the oven? Because it doesn't seem like it should, and it doesn't quite. It doesn't go into the oven very easily, and because the oven is like it's a tight fit, right? Oven's good. It's just, and you're like, You want to say something because you're not sure? Like, do I need to like do a little more to prepare it? You know, maybe a little more basting. But you're like, well, that would kind of be mean. And let's just, at the end of the day, you just want to hurry up and get it over with, because it's not like any of it is pleasant with that person anyway. It's yeah, you know what? When in doubt, just go with the younger one. Yeah, been there, done that.
Okay, I think I understand the context of what they were speaking. Okay, so this is an obvious it's an obvious ED issue, and it's not about basting, and it's not about turkeys. It's just about the pill that we need to take. You know, just ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. But I don't. Okay, so this is a real problem with dating older men, and now I understand what she's saying, or what she's replying to. I think what she's saying is, okay, dating an older man, you can run into a problem with ED more, and rather than sit there and keep trying and fumbling about when you're trying to get it on, I guess what this woman is saying, just get yourself a younger guy, you know. And I guess that's a logical response to this type of answer with this problem. But I mean, we got pills. We got pills now that work. So I mean, what I didn't hear is, oh, even pills don't work. I didn't hear that from her. I just heard that he has a problem with his quote unquote equipment getting it in. But pills kind of like, yeah, we have pills now. But I mean, hey, yo, that's okay. So what I'm getting is that there's intimacy issues in an age gap, in this age gap relationship. That's the problem that she's running into in this age gap relationship, is performance issues about for the older guy. Those performance issues can be treated or solved these days. So hey, I mean, get yourself some hims and hers, and work it out. I mean, but a relationship is more than being able to perform sexually. I mean, there's other things I'm sure he's doing to get you off. I mean, come on now. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Again, you know what I'm not hearing? This thing about control. This is a real problem with dating older men. His dick don't work that great no more. That's it. Like, I'm not hearing this control thing. I'm not seeing people who are in age gap relationships women are not coming about talking about the control factor. I'm not hearing that. I'm just not. So I'm knowing from women that this narrative about men just wanting to control younger women, I'm from my own eyes, I hope everyone who's on this live and who is watching these videos understand, and hearing from women themselves, you are hearing that narrative is a lie. This control thing is a lie. Let's see. Religious gear. Okay, we saw that. Scroll down. Dangers of dating in age gap relationships. The older partner may forget your age. Age gap relationships. Age gap. Thankfully, have a willpower. Okay, let me. Is she saying anything? I'm just sitting there. She's lip syncing to something, I think. How age gaps impact relationships, science of attraction. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh. I'm trying to scroll to my video, but like
Red.
What? Hold on. How?
Studies show that couples with
There we go. Okay, so Paulina Matchmaker. How age gaps impacts relationships. Okay, that's the title. So let's hear what he's saying.
Studies show that couples with an age gap actually have better relationship satisfaction and stability. Now, research from 2018 found that couples with a 10-year age gap reported higher satisfaction levels. This is because the older partners tend to be more financially stable and emotionally mature, offering a sense of security. In contrast, younger partners often bring energy, new perspectives, and adaptability, creating a balanced dynamic. Now, evolutionary psychology also suggests that these partnerships align with traditional dating methods, where men usually look for girls who are younger and fertile, and women usually look for men who can provide that stability and resources.
Okay. Okay, so he's saying, okay, he's just saying, hey, these age gap relationships that are 10 years plus are more stable and fulfilling because I think from an evolutionary standpoint, men always desire younger women for their fertility and beauty, while women are attracted to older men for financial stability, resources, and emotional maturity and things like that. So I can see this is, I would believe this is a better science after me being in an age gap relationship, only because it's mutually beneficial. Whenever we're talking about the complaint or judgment of an age gap relationship, we're talking about, oh, well, he wants to take advantage of her while she is just some, I don't know, innocent little lamb that doesn't know anything or know how to select a mate properly or something like that. So this one seems like a scientific, two people are in this relationship and this is the end result. And I think it is very satisfactory. I mean, when both people are getting what they want out of each other, there really aren't any issues that aren't solvable. So the comments say 22 years apart and the best marriage ever. Me, the other one that says me and my husband are 20 years apart, going on 12 years together. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a few more comments, but I'll leave it there and go on to oh, this one says large age gaps when dating. Let me see what that's about.
Love is
How long?
I don't know why it skips videos like
is
that. I click on one video and it goes like forward a bunch of it. I don't know what that's about. It's like I think it's because like TikTok works best on your phone rather than like a web browser or something. I'm not sure, but anyway. This one is large age gaps when dating by Way Too True. And let's see what he says about it.
that age gap conversation only for the 30 and below. So if you like in your 20s messing with teenagers, or if you 30 messing with early 21, 22, you're the problem. But if you 30 plus and you messing with a 50-year-old, all right, bro. I mean, you've been on this earth long enough. You're gonna be done forever. Fuck it. If you 25 plus messing with anything that say teen at the end, that's a problem. That's some creep shit. There's so many people on this planet. Why are you going for the child? Yes, technically 18, 19, that's an adult. But we all know developing your brain, growing up, there's certain habits, certain things that these teens still be doing. And y'all over here taking advantage of these people. There's grown adults you could take advantage of. It's still in that mindset. Those are the ones that be going for the children. So why don't you just go mess with somebody like-minded that's around your age? Because now you're not a predator. You just both stupid. That age gap conversation.
Okay. It's his opinion. It's his opinion. I'm not gonna, well, it's a dumb opinion, I think, but it's an opinion. He obviously has not participated in an age gap relationship. He's a younger man, it looks like. I do believe that I think what he's stating is that it can be problematic, but the problem is he's never been in an age gap relationship before. From the looks of him, he'll get there. That chinny chin chin is gonna have some stripes on it, and you're gonna be looking at these younger females talking about let me try and holla, and then this video is gonna pop right up, and then what you gonna do? But I think that younger men are they're not bitter. I think they're resentful of the older men like myself who can date 20-year-olds and 40-year-olds and 50 and 60-year-olds. My dating pool has never been bigger, but their dating pool is much smaller. Um his perception is he can no longer date, you know, like 18-year-old or 19-year-olds who are in school because school's tied to that. And you know, that's, no, I mean, I guess that's his opinion on it. I mean, I'm not looking for an 18-year-old either. But you know, I understand there is a limit. Every man has their own line on who they will and won't pursue. But I think that we as men like commonly agree, like at least 90% of us aren't gonna be, no matter how old we are, we're not looking at teenagers like that. College men are, but college men are older, 20 something, 19, and they look older. They look older, but they're not. But that's the aesthetic that 18-year-old women are attracted to. Well, I want the college guy, you know. 17 and 18-year-old women want college men. They want an older guy by either 2 or 3 years their senior, right? So, I mean, it was true in my high school. I'm not sure about yours, but that's just how it was. So I think that what he's talking about, this guy here, is I think he's saying that the dating pool is much smaller for him. He cannot date outside of his age range because women that are much older may not be attracted to him, and women that are younger might be attracted to him, but he's not trying to hear them. So he's eliminating like the half that are younger, and he may not qualify for the women that are older. So he's stuck. He's stuck in this thing where he needs to find someone his own age. But what he's coming up on TikTok to do is to criticize older men going for younger women because that's his dating pool. So, I mean, I'm not going to hate on that. I understand where he's coming from, I guess, though. I mean, I guess if I were his age and, you know, I'm looking at all these older dudes with younger women, it's kind of like, well, where's mine at? So, you know, I understand. But like I said, he's never been in an age gap relationship. You can tell. That's where the opinion's coming from. Let's see. Let's continue on down. Okay, it gives Sugar Mama sugar. Oh, let's see what she says there.
If you're thinking about dating,
oh, sorry. I'm not sure why it keeps doing this. Like, plays an older video. It plays every video, but you know. Hang on. Let me try and scroll up.
What?
How long you been?
This is
to the people that. Okay, so this is Marie to Lorraine. I think that's how you say it. It gives Sugar Mama, Sugar Daddy vibes. Okay, so age gap relationships. This is her opinion. Let's hear it.
To the people that are in age gap relationships, how do you guys make it work? And when I say age gap, I don't mean just like 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about like 10, 15, 20 years age difference. Like, how are your relationships working? Because me personally, I just couldn't see myself being in a relationship with someone significantly older than me, because what are we going to talk about? Like, what are we going to have in common? Like, there's like, no, I don't feel like there's much we could bond over, because we are just going to be in 2 different stages in our lives. Like, you know, when you were in high school, I was probably in elementary school. And like, so there's not really like much that we can bond over, like things that were going on, you know, culturally in society. Like, I'm not going to understand, you know, and you're not going to understand whatever was, you know, going on when I was growing up. So it's just like, there's not really much for us to connect over. And I get that like maturity is an individual thing, like people mature at different rates, you know, but still, like, I just feel like once you get to like 10 years, I would say anything over 10 years, I just feel like there's not much that you guys can have in common. And I just don't see how the relationship could work regardless if the man or the woman is older. Like, I feel like in those dynamics, it's really more so like give and take. Like, you're getting something out of the relationship and that person's getting something out of the relationship. And what I mean by that is like maybe one person is benefiting financially, and so like that's sort of what the dynamic is. But I don't really believe like, or I don't see how those relationships can really be genuine. But if you are in an age gap relationship and it has been successful, let me know, you know, what your experience has been.
Yeah. So, okay. It's an opinion. It is an uninformed opinion. So that's what she's looking for. She's looking for feedback from TikTok and other users in age gap relationships on how it makes it and how an age gap relationship would work or how it does work. I think that when we talk about these 20-year age gap relationships, such as the one I was in, excuse me, the question always is asked, what do you guys have in common? It's like, dude, like what? So what? You're 20, you're 21, you're like, let's just say we were still dating, me and my ex that was 20 years younger. She would be 24 now. I'm 44 now. We both like steak at the Texas Roadhouse. I took her there. I mean, that was her favorite restaurant. She turned me on to them cinnamon biscuits. I mean, like, we both like food. We both like movies. We both like television shows. We both like music. We both like sex with each other very much. Yeah, there's plenty of things to freaking talk about. How about our relationship? How about where are we going to eat? How about let's go see this movie? How about you want to go to like this theme park? How about you want to? I always joke about her. I always joke too. I mean, do you know how many jokes you can tell in an age gap relationship? Oh my God. She used to bust my balls all the time. Like, hey, grandpa, like, do you need some Depends? Like, there's male underwear over there. You know, I'm gonna get you that for your birthday. Like stuff like that. I'm like, and then she can tell me I'm wearing a diaper. I can tell her, there's your diaper over there. I can, you know, you're nothing but a baby. I was 21 years old. I should have, here's your present, 21 years old late, and I can get her like a box of Pampers or something. Like there's like there's jokes exchange, age jokes that you can just play with each other all the time. And look, and like I can take her out and be like, hey, excuse me, she's like, I'm 44, mature. She's well, immature. Do you have a booster seat? You know, like I used to talk shit all the time about her age. Like you can play with each other like that. You can like you can make jokes. You can like poke fun at each other. I mean, you know, like she'll tell me, yeah, here I got you a glass of water so you can like soak your teeth. I'm like, fuck you, man. I don't have oh, fuck you. I don't have these teeth are all, you know, but you know, like shit like that. Like that's how an age gap relationship works. You talk shit. like you have to be, you're both open to being in the relationship and you guys can talk for hours about shit. Like, I'm not gonna know when you grew up. Well, how about that's what the talking is for? You know, like, well, back in your day, well, what was it like back in your day? That's what you would talk about in an age gap relationship, what it was like before you were born. So it's like, yeah, you got tons of shit to talk about. What are you talking about? Yeah. I was married with a child, you know, like we can talk about what it's like to be married, you know. So there's a lot of knowledge and experience you can extract from being with an older person that you can't with someone that's your peer, you know. So yeah, I mean, hell, an older person can tell you how to and when and what to start your business and shit. Like, but the most beneficial aspect of an age gap relationship is the energy exchange. It's the older man siphoning off energy from his younger girlfriend or wife, and while the younger wife or girlfriend is siphoning off the maturity and the patience and the wisdom and knowledge from the older man. It's an energy exchange. So when they're together, they kind of like they balance each other out. It's the age gap, balances each other. From the men being here, well, I can't trying to put my hands anyway. From the men being up here and the women being here in age, like the relationship like will provide an equilibrium of energy exchange. And that's how most age gap relationships work. They work because they both want to be in it together. She's getting what she needs, and he is definitely getting what he needs. All right, let's see what else they got. Okay, let me scroll up here. The appropriate age gap for dating. Okay, let's see what she says.
I think we need pages.
Whoop. But let me go up.
What age?
There we go.
This is how.
Okay, now this one is Nani Chezone Pod. Nani Chezone podcast, I think. Oh, Niche Zone. No niche zone podcast. Okay. And it's the title is The Appropriate Age Gap for Dating. Episode 36. Let's see what they say.
This is how the appropriate age gap should work. Okay. When you're in your 20s, you should not be more than 2, maximum 3 years older, or have more than a 2 to 3 year age difference between you and the person that you're dating. It's really that simple. If you're a teenager, same thing. It shouldn't be more than 2 years between the age of the person, you and the person you're dating. 2. If you're 16, you shouldn't be dating anybody over 18. If you're 13, you shouldn't be dating anybody over 15. No, what 16-year-old is out there checking for 13-year-olds? They're weird and they're creepy, okay? If you're 20, you shouldn't be dating anybody over 23, okay? A 24-year-old should not be checking for no 20-year-old. When I was 24, I was not checking for no 20-year-olds. 20-year-olds were like little children to me when I was 24. When you're 24, you should not be dating nobody over 25. Sorry, not 25, 27, 28. Okay, what does a 29-year-old want with a 24-year-old? What? Because I know at 29, I was not checking for no 24-year-olds or 22-year-olds. What does a 28-year-old have in common with a 20-year-old fresh as baby? She even said it in the video. She can't even drink legally. When you hit 30 and above, we can break that down. That's a different story. But even still, when you hit 30 and above, it's like anything more than 10 to 20 years is crazy. More than a 10-year age gap. Yes, we have the May Decembers. Okay, that's fine. But that should only be happening every blue moon.
Okay. So then this is there's some comments. There's one that says this is dumb. And it's another one that says, I'm 23, my man 30. This other one says, life has no formula, sis. This one says, facts. I was 18 dating a 27-year-old. I wish I listed. Oh, listen, I guess.
How long you been together?
Anyway, Let me pause it. Anyway, giving this feedback. Okay, so let's just talk about what she's saying, right? Number one, we're hearing from a woman who has never been in an age gap relationship. That's what it sounds like. This is not her speaking from her personal experience. This is from her speaking from her own opinion about it. Number two, she's trying to project her preferences and standards onto men and women in the dating pool. And that's not going to work. You don't have the commenter was right. You don't have a magic formula for the age gap. There is none. I understand 16 and 13, all of these people, what I think she's missing a few factors. When you're talking about teenagers like hooking up and being together, the problem is that women mature sexually faster than men do. So that's the reason that a person of her peer isn't checking for her, let me take that back. We are checking for her, but she's not only getting attention from her classmates and her peers, she's also now garnering attention from grown ass men. And I don't mean college students, because college students and high school students don't hang out at the same places. But it just so happens when you're out in the world at the mall, or she works at as a counter girl or as a barista at Starbucks. Let's just say that, like a barista somewhere, all these coffee shops. Let's just say that, right? Like a baristas are very like attractive. They're young, they're attractive. You don't know if they're available or not, and you ain't, trying to, make it all weird for them. But if you're a man of a certain age, like some baristas are checking for you. These younger women are checking for older men. We may be checking for them, but we don't typically actively pursue unless there's a choosing signal that the younger woman says or gives out to the older men in order for us to continue talking to and seeing what's there. But what she's saying is like most average people should date within their age group. Nah, I mean, we're way past that already. If that were the case, like I said before, age gap dating wouldn't be a thing if this were naturally, the thing to do is 2 years younger, 2 years older. There are too many dynamics that we've lived through that says that there is no formula for age gap dating. You can be twice as older as someone else, and as long as you both are, mature adults or adults, then it is what it's going to be. When she said like throughout numbers like 24, looking for a 20-year-old, using these words like creepy, like it's dumb. If the girl's 20 years old and she's got the body of a whatever, her age ain't gonna make a difference. If she's stunning and attractive, and who do you think she's looking for? This young hot 20-year-old is not looking for her counterpart, her 20-year-old counterpart, her 22-year-old counterpart, her 18-year-old high school counterpart. She's not looking for any. She is not checking for any of these fools that are within this age range, this age gap. She's looking for a much older, immature man, someone either in his later 20s, about to turn 30, or someone who has his own business and is like 30 plus and maybe even 40. She's checking for them because of the financial security and stability and maturity that they offer right off the rip. And that's something that a younger woman can feel. Women in their feelings, they can feel the maturity off of you. They don't have to, they can assess it by looking you up and down and seeing, maybe resources you do or don't have, or seeing the way you dress and judging you by your energy. But if she's feeling this man, his age ain't gonna matter. Her age matters, his doesn't. Once you've grown into maturity as a man, it's attractive to mostly younger women. Women my age aren't like swooning over me, being like, oh, he's so mature and attractive. No, women my age do not get fascinated by my resources or by the accomplishments that I've made. Younger women do. Younger women appreciate that. Younger women are like, oh, so what do you do? And then you have to explain what you do, and they're fascinated by it. They want to learn more. They want to know more, and it's refreshing, to be honest. So she's obviously speaking from a place where she's never been in an age gap relationship that's been more than 10 years. She believes that other people shouldn't be engaged in age gap relationships, but she'll be finding out that is not the case. No one's going to be amening that on the man's side anytime soon. Maybe older women, because they're out of the market a little bit. But yeah, definitely not going to be held. That idea is only held by women who haven't actually engaged in age gap relationships. And just saying. Let's scroll down a peg.
How long you been together?
6 years.
Okay, this is Street Voice .0, I believe.
How old are you?
30.
And he does a lot of street interviews. I've seen some of his stuff before. It's pretty nice to just be a dude with a camera and a microphone asking people, what it is, right? So let's see what this is about.
How long you been together?
6 years.
How old are you?
32.
23.
So how old were you when you met?
She was 17. I was 26 or 27. But we were friends for a good while too, which I think is really important for any strong relationship. She was able to give me really good, solid advice from a female perspective, and I was able to give her as best of advice as I could give her from a male perspective.
Well, how could you be friends when you're 26 and she's 17?
I think we had a lot in common. Also, I right off the bat was really close with her mom and dad. We all went to the gym, same gym together. We all had a lot of core values that resonated with each other.
How did they react to you when you guys started dating?
My mom loved him. She was like, he is like the nicest guy. My dad was like, this is weird. Like with us, if you saw us two, it just like made sense. You wouldn't really second guess it. It just like, it wasn't as drastic as it sounds.
How long you been?
Okay, so this is a 9-year age gap. So he's interviewing both of them. They started out as friends. She was 17, he's 26. So like they started out as friends. He wasn't checking for her, I don't think, and she wasn't checking for him. It just so happens that over the course of time, their feelings grew into something else, and then they started dating. And this guy is friends with her parents, so, and they all go to the same gym to work out or whatever it is. So it sounds kind of like an inside job. It sounds kind of like the parents are comfortable. Well, at least the mom is, and the dad's kind of freaking out a little bit. But I think that's a protective thing. A father should be freaking out. I mean, the father's not it's not exactly a cheerleader, right? Like he would prefer his daughter to date someone her age. However, it's hypocritical on our end as men. We're hypocrites when it comes to this. When it comes to age gap dating, we have no problems dating younger women. We just have a huge problem when our daughters do, you know, like when our daughters date older, mature men, we're like, wait, hold on. You know, we're very protective of our daughters when it comes to dating older men because, you know, the stigma or behind it or whatever. Even though we engage in age gap dating, we're against age gap dating when it comes to our daughters. So my daughter has engaged in age gap dating. We've talked about it. She's told me about it, which is good. And so we had that rapport. But yeah, at least she tells me up front that she's attracted to older men and has been in relationships with them. So I can't control what she does, but I can at least hear her out and give her advice. So in this instance, though, they're together. They've been together for a few years, I believe. But they started out as friends and just became something more, and that happens. I mean, there's nothing creepy or whatever about, you know, him being attracted to her or vice versa. Mutual attraction happens either instantaneously or slowly over time. So I don't see this being a bad end or result. You notice, and here again, I am going to reiterate, everyone who's been in an age gap relationship so far on TikTok has had positive things to say about it. People who want to judge and hate and kind of shit on it, never been in one. They've never mentioned it. They've never said, "Oh, I was in one, so I know all the bad." We have not heard that once. I've been up here like almost 4 hours. What the hell? Anyway, and yeah. I almost been with 4 hours. The fuck. Anyway, it's my day off, so it doesn't matter. But still, like, you're not hearing any kind of negative. Again, you're not hearing her complain about him being controlling and shit. You're not hearing any of the bullshit. You're not hearing any of the bullshit. You're just not. You're hearing bullshit from people who have never been in an age gap relationship. Never. They're not talking about their experiences. They're just talking about judging the relationship or what it could or couldn't turn into. They never even been one, so they don't know. Anyway, next video.
Ooh. What age gap becomes like creepy? Like when does it start encroaching on?
This is Frankie Cena, and this is when does the age gap get a little creepy? That's the question being asked. So let me restart this.
What age gap becomes like creepy? Like when does it start encroaching on this is getting a little uncomfortable?
Yeah. What age gap becomes creepy sexually and then romantically? Because I feel like romantically in a relationship, it's a lot smaller.
Okay.
Like I wouldn't probably date someone with a more than maybe 5 to 7 year age gap.
But the question is creepy.
Yeah, but
it's not
creepy
Oh.
because I feel like once it's like 20-year age gap dating, it's very easy to get into a young person's mind, manipulate them, like to do weird things. Like I feel like the mental stuff gets creepy there.
Okay. Huge disagreement here. Two men, their opinion, right? I think the reason why this video was made, or not made, but I think the goal of the video was to find out what a man's standard is for dating, but the question that's asked is when does the age gap get a little too creepy, and that question within itself is probably the wrong question to ask, only because your age does not determine whether or not you are a creep. They're missing in this video. It doesn't sound like either one of them has participated in a huge age gap relationship. This one here that we're looking at with the yellow stripes and leaves on the shirt is talking about I would enter a relationship between this and that. I think like 5 to 7, and then I think that's what he's saying his limit would be. Like if I'm going to date someone with an age gap, it'll be 5 to 7. For me, that's acceptable. And so what the host, or I guess was asking or reiterating, like at what age gap does it become too creepy? So when he asked it again, he's like 20 years old. Well, let's say 20 years, right? The senior. And what his answer was, oh yeah, because the thinking mindset of a 20-year-old is something that you can like manipulate. So again, this goes back to the control factor of, it's just another way of saying control. I can control a 20-year-old because their mind isn't developed, or whatever you want to call it, whatever argument you want to put, their brain hasn't developed or something like that. They can make decisions about what school they want to go to, whether or not they want to, vote or join the army and get an apartment and buy a house. They can do all these things if they have the money and resources and knowledge to do so. So entering in a relationship in which you are attracted to someone and someone's attracted to you, I don't find that creepy. There's nothing creepy about we have got to change this fucking vocabulary about creepy. It pisses me off because it's like, dude, I'm a guy and I dig on a girl, and or I'm a man and I dig on a woman, and the woman can be very, very young, such as like 20 something, but it doesn't make me a fucking creep because I'm attracted to a younger woman. And I kind of get sick of that narrative being all over social media, because all it does is just trying to infantilize adults, like young adult women who are able and capable of making up the decisions of who they want to be with. And if you're just going to say like older men are creeps, what are you calling younger women who find these older men desirable? Like, what label are you putting on them? What do we call them? Are they creeps too? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, you don't call them anything. You call them vulnerable. You call them babies. You call them like, you don't even call them adults. You call them like kids. That other video we were just watching, like, you're a kid, you're a baby, you're a fresh diaper. Like, you're calling young adults kids, and they're not. Right? They're not. They're capable of making, perfectly rational, healthy decisions based off of the attraction triggers that and chemistry and vibe that everybody else does in this dating pool. So I mean, I seriously don't agree with this video. But like I said, these two dudes, like, hey, it is what it is. I don't, have any animosity toward either one of them. It's their idea that pisses me off. Their idea of an age gap relationship, which neither one of them has been in. Like I said, almost 4. Okay, I'm gonna end this at 4, at the 4th hour. But no, which is about 6 minutes from now. But again, those who have not been in an age gap relationship talk about this creep factor and talk about this ew factor and talk about this, oh my God, this shouldn't be happening factor. No one who has been in an age gap relationship while we have been doing this shit has been talking down or talking negatively about it having been a part of that age gap relationship. Hell, the woman that we saw a couple hours back that said, he passed or whatever, said that that was the best 6 years of his life. Like, our relationship was the best relationship. There's another man on here saying age gap relationships are the best. And then there's this data scientist that says, well, age gap relationships seem to work out and be more fulfilling because of evolutionary psychology. Like, I don't even think he's been in an age gap relationship, but he's just bringing it from a data analytics perspective. So everyone who's actually been tangibly in an age gap relationship are talking good about it and talking about the joys of it and are enjoying it, versus people who've never been in one are making these prejudgment and suppositions about shit that they don't know. They don't know. You would only think that if you can bring up these videos of these couples in age gap relationships and that these were played on a loop for each and every one of these people who made judgments about it, then what will they have to say? Like, what shit would they be talking now? Like, these people are making it work and working it out, and you're sitting there to say what? She's being manipulated. He's being manipulated. He's manipulating her. That one dude who flipped out that big wad of cash to pay her hair and nails, she ain't being manipulated. She don't look stupid. She asked him like for money for her hair and nails, and he gave it to her. Who's being manipulated? So it's just whatever. But hey, it's the argument, not the messenger. It's the message that I'm attacking, not the messenger. So it is what it is. But yeah, I don't agree at all. So let me see what's up. What are the videos? What are the videos? Let's see. This dude says, hang on.
I don't know who needs to.
Let me. I have to scroll up and try and find the video because
a 35-year-old date.
Poppy been pimping. Okay, 10-year age gap is crazy before 25. Okay, let me see what he has to say. He looked like he crashed now.
A 35-year-old dating a 45-year-old is not the same as a 19-year-old dating a 29-year-old. Tell me I'm wrong. A 35-year-old dating a 45-year-old is not the same as a 19-year-old dating a 29-year-old. Tell me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a short video, like 10 seconds. A 19-year-old dating a 29-year-old is different than a 35-year-old dating a 45-year-old. He's right. There is a major difference. The 19-year-old is barely out of high school, maybe 1 year out of high school, and maybe looking into a higher form of education. They have no real world preparedness for anything. The 29-year-old being on the verge of turning 30 has been through school, has probably obtained a job. I don't know about the career thing, about finding themselves completely, but I understand that 19 and 29 are two people getting ready to be at completely different ages. Like 19's getting ready to be 20. They're not 21, so they can't even go to the bar. And 29 getting ready to turn 30 can go to any bars and clubs. I think the 29 to turning 30 is going to not be really checking for a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old, someone who can't even go to the same bars or clubs that the 29, 30-year-old can go to. And a 29 and 30-year-old likes to step out, go to nice dinners, get drinks, do all the mature stuff that a 29, 30-year-old can do, while a 19-year-old can't participate in any of that. So it wouldn't be beneficial at all. But yeah, I mean, I understand what the point he's making, and it's a valid point. And he's not, and I'm telling him he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But anyway, this concludes modern dating in 2026. At least my take on it from a TikTok perspective, just reacting to some shit. It's about to be 4 hours. I did not plan to be on for 4 hours. I didn't even know I had it in me to talk this much shit in 4 hours. I am not a talkative person, but you know, I want you guys to hit me up on my DM, email, or comment or something, and let me know what you think. Maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. If you wanted to know more about my age gap, if you wanted to know more about my age gap dating relationship experience, be on the lookout for that. I will follow up. I will follow up with that. I want to maybe do something later on this evening for about 1 hour or 2 hours. I don't know. And I want to learn how to do this like guest requests on this TikTok thing. I know I'm live and I'm able to invite people as guests and stuff like I mean, I'm looking at these buttons and it says invite. I don't know what happens after that. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna try it, be brave this evening, and as soon as people come up and maybe they want to like do a guest request or something like that, I can try it. I'm also on StreamYard, and so StreamYard has guests, you know, for YouTube and stuff like that. So YouTube, TikTok, Patreon, I don't think they have a guest thing. At least I don't know how to use it or work it yet. So I'll come back later on tonight and see if I can get some feedback. I want to actually deep dive into modern dating as far as people who are in age gap relationships. If you've ever been in an age gap relationship, I'd like to hear back. And if you've ever been in an interracial relationship, I'd like to hear that. Maybe your age gap relationship wasn't an interracial relationship, such as mine was. I would like to hear back about that. All of the dynamics that you've had to go through with your family and friends, your coworkers, your colleagues, people who have made snap judgments when they see you walking down the street or something like that. Maybe you went to a restaurant and someone gave you a side eye, whether it was another patron or someone who worked there. I just guess I just want someone else's experience other than my own. My own experience is just me, but you know, you guys are probably more important as far as, you know, perspective wise than I am. I mean, I'm just one voice. I'd like to hear other voices and have inclusion in this. So, having said that, I want everyone to enjoy the rest of the day. It's a nice Sunday, kind of dark and cloudy, overcast over here, but you know, the weather is all right, decent outside. I probably need to wash my clothes or something, do something responsible. But I'll probably be on Black Ops for a little bit, and I'll probably post another Black Ops because, you know, I'm pretty badass at it. And, you know, I like to show the world. But I want everyone to have a good day, and I will see you this evening for a short while, and I will be sending out invites for people to come up and talk their shit. Until then, Enter the Black Dragon, EBD for short. You've seen me on the podcast too, so you know you can give my my podcast a follow through either TikTok or Patreon or YouTube. So my Enter the Black Dragon or Enter Black Dragon is my identity everywhere across the internet. So I do have a PS4. I don't have PS5 yet. I heard about the ending of the support for PS4, which sucks. I need to really work for PlayStation or write them or write someone who works there. And I have ideas for PS and how to like expand their console and their universe and things like that. I need to get that out there because well, I just need to get that out there. But you can add me on PS4. I'm under Enter Black Dragon, I think. Should be all one word, no underscores. And find me on there. I'm mostly Black Ops 6. I just downloaded and installed the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I also want to try and get into movies. So tomorrow, I think I'm going to focus on horror movies, especially in the 1970s, 1980s. I want to go into old school movies because they were just best with original ideas. Even though several of them had remakes, the remakes are from horror movies in the 1950s. But the original ideas in gore and gruesome and horror and comedy and this and that and situational dramas and all that was based mostly in the 80s. All the original ideas are based in the 80s. So I want to go back there and talk about movies and TV shows and things like that. Music too. But this is EBD signing out. I shall see y'all later.